Porter, Kurt. My time is 5:45. Are we all good?
We are ready, Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the December 21st, 2021 Lawrence City Commission meeting. First, we will have some words from Porter Arneal.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting tonight. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Vice Mayor Shipley, thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and take roll. Vice Mayor Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldine?
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Here.
Commissioner Sellers?
Present.
Excellent. It was so fun to say that. Okay. Next, we will have an explanation of how public comment generally works from Sherry Reedman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to provide a few procedural reminders. Remember to state your name and title each time you speak. When a motion is made, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote, then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals should raise their hand to indicate they wish to speak. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak following social distancing and safety protocols. Please state your name before speaking. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Vice Mayor Shipley. Next, we'll move on to approve the agenda.
Mayor?
Sorry, what did I do?
You've
Mayor.
called yourself Vice Mayor twice.
Oh my
Mayor.
goodness.
So
I'll get used to it. Thank
go
you.
for it.
Okay.
Mayor Shipley. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any motions?
Commissioner Finkeldine, move to approve the agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
We have a first and a second. I'll take roll then. Commissioner Finkeldine.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Thank you, everyone. That is 5-0 for you, Sherry. Next, we will move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Do I have any items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
This is Commissioner Finkeldine. I'd like to pull item B9B related to the Affordable Housing Task Force for a few questions.
Mayor Shipley, any further items to be pulled from consent by the commission? Hearing none, let's go. Sherry, can you look in there in the room or online and see if a member of the public is interested in pulling anything from consent?
Yes, which item would you like to pull?
My name's Phil Englehart. I'd like to pull B6E, please.
B6E. Is that correct? B6E?
B6E.
Okay. And no one on Zoom has indicated they have an item to pull.
Mayor Shipley, thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Mr. Englehart. So I have two items to be removed from consent, B9B and B6E. Do I have any motions to approve the consent with the exception of these two items?
Commissioner Finkel, I move for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of B6E and B9B.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkel, aye.
It gets easier. It gets easier. I vote aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Let's go back and I think the first item is B6E. Mr. Englehart, are you able to come forward and let us know what your concerns are?
I can still walk. So yes, I can. This is kind of a Winston Smith kind of a deal. Yeah, I understand. I looked at the item, and I understand that there may be some administrative efficiencies associated with the cumulative purchasing business, and I think that's fine. We don't have any issues with that approach. However, we think that in order to ensure transparent and responsible fiscal management, we want to formally request that the commission instruct staff to make available on the city website a spreadsheet type document that enumerates the total, year on, let's just say calendar year or whatever, however they do it, year on fiscal spending for each of the vendors, each of the, whatever it is, 100 vendors, whatever it is. The basic rationale for this is first that we think that there could be some pretty meaningful clues in there, indicators, if you will, that relate directly to the kind of progress that we hope the strategic plan is going to yield. We think that there could be some information there, and we think it should be open and accessible to the public. Second, in a theoretical kind of way, there's a real possibility that if you make this information readily available to the public, that future bidding on these service and materials contract will actually become more competitive, believe it or not. And thereby, according to basic economic theory, produce efficiency gains for the city as it strives to meet the desired service levels. So we feel pretty strongly that you all ought to consider this. And if you choose not to do it, I'd like to see an explanation for why not. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, are there any other comments or questions for staff? Sherry, is there anyone online maybe who is interested in making comment?
If there's anyone else who would like to provide comment on this item, please raise your hand via Zoom. It appears not, Mayor.
Commissioners, is there anyone who has any questions? I maybe would like to hear from Jeremy Wilmeth if he's available, but if there's any more specific questions commissioners have.
Commissioner Larson, I have I don't know if a question, question I guess is, I would be interested in seeing, understanding better what our processes are for tracking these types of costs. The idea that obviously we want it to be as competitive as possible, but I also understand these are ongoing, everyday expenses that we incur. So I would be interested in at least learning how our staff currently tracks them and what we do to ensure that there's a competitive aspect to it.
Jeremy Wilmeth, Director of Finance. I'll get started, and then anyone else is on the call that would like to expound, please feel free to do so. But the city has been in a decentralized purchasing environment for the last several years. And in that, each department is responsible for their own bidding and compliance with the purchasing policy. Over the last year, we've hired a purchasing administrator, and so we're starting to coordinate between departments the purchasing objectives, and we've already started to find some efficiencies in that, and we hope to continue to do that as the purchasing function continues to expand its reach. However, most of the vendors that are on this list, you'll see are tied to a particular department, such as the utility department. And taking Core and Main for an example just off this list, the city has several pieces of equipment that, when they fail, need to be fixed right away. And so bidding is not a bidding at that point in time would be too late. And so what we're investigating is how we could begin to bid it on the front end for the entire year or for a bag of goods. And quite frankly, we just don't have the staff capacity to do that right now. But what has occurred at the department level is if anything is over $5,000, it's bid every time. So the only time things are not bid are when they're under that $5,000 threshold. And that's currently allowed under the city's purchasing policy. However, even though they're small, minor purchases, they're occurring every day. And so the cumulative effect of the totality of all those purchases for all the departments for the entire year exceeds $100,000. And under our current purchasing policy, those are what are being required to be acknowledged by the city commission as being an acceptable purchasing practice for the city. In regards to the request that we make available, how much money we've spent by vendor, I don't have a problem doing that. I don't know that I could just do it for these vendors. What we would have to do is essentially develop that list and then just put it out on our website, much like we currently do the payment register. And we could do that on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, however you all see fit. But it would really have to be every vendor we have, because trying to mine that data for just these particular vendors with our current financial system would be really time consuming and cumbersome.
Commissioner Larson, is that somewhat what we do now with listing the claims like we do each week on our agenda? Is that what you're talking about?
Finance Director Jeremy Wilmeth. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The claims, however, are listed in a sequential order by claim date. And so there's really no good way, unless you were to pull all of them for the year and add them together to get this cumulative data that's been requested. However, I do believe we could produce a list and update it either monthly or quarterly, however you all see fit, so that the claim data would be both shown at the claim period level and also cumulative for the year. But that would be for all vendors, not just the vendors in the $100,000 list.
Okay. Well, Jeremy, this is Commissioner Larson again. Thank you. Thank you for that. Our new finance system that we're working on putting into place that we approved earlier this year, will that make something, this type of request easier to handle? Or
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Yes, one of the features that we're really excited about with Munis is essentially an online portal. So anything that's in Munis that is at the vendor level will be available to the public to click and view. So instead of what we currently have as a PDF of our claim register, you would actually be able to click on the claim register, see the check, see the invoice, see everything attached, barring that it's not protected under confidentiality rules. Anything else would then be made available to the public. So reporting would be much easier for the public, as well as viewing actual documentation.
Commissioner Larson, thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm glad to hear that. I thought that we could potentially address that under our new finance system. I thought that might be coming, so I'm satisfied with that.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions or comments? Any other staff members that were interested in kicking
Mayor
in?
Shibley, this is Commissioner Sellers. I had a quick question for Jeremy. Jeremy, pleasure meeting you virtually. In regards to the new system, that's set to deploy, with the request that you were saying with the new portal that we'd be able to see vendor information, when will you expect that to go live?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. It is also a pleasure to meet you virtually. Thank you. We are anticipating that the new system, the Munis software, will be live January of 2023.
Mayor Shibley, any other questions? Commissioner Sellers? Commissioner Littlejohn, anybody?
Commissioner Finkeldye, I would say obviously we have the claims out there on the website that are easily attainable, and I'm looking forward to the new system. And so I think that answers my question. So I'm ready to make a motion. I would move to authorize the cumulative purchases in excess of $100,000 with the listed vendors providing goods and services to the city departments.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Shibley, I have a first and second. Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shibley, aye. That is 5-0. We can move on now to B9B, which I believe was pulled by Commissioner Finkeldye.
Commissioner Finkeldye, thank you. And I'm not sure who to direct this question to. Certainly all of the items being recommended to be funded from the Affordable Housing Group Committee. I certainly support the funding of all of those. I guess I really had a question about how this falls in line with the rest of our homeless initiatives, including, the funding we'd have outside of the affordable housing tax through our social service, what we used to call the social service funding, and how these line up with that. And I know probably it's kind of a timing issue, but I didn't know if someone could address kind of a timing issue for me.
This is Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I will try to answer that for you, Commissioner, and then also see if Danny, I see Danny and Lee are also here on the meeting as well, so they may have something to add. I know that we're currently working with Burt Nash on getting some numbers related to their services for 2022. So I'm not sure that we have additional information about some of those homeless funds exactly nailed down for you this evening. But I would say that to the extent that that might make a difference related to to these items that are before you in these Affordable Housing Advisory Board recommendations. This item could possibly be deferred to your next meeting, and we should have some additional information at that time related to that budget information. And I'll ask if, again, if Danny or Leah have anything additional to add to that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Danny Walters with Planning and Development Services. Everything Diane said was spot on. So we do have the ability to hold off on this until we have some more final determinations for that housing initiatives funding. So whatever your direction is, we can do that. So.
Not anymore, Mayor. Commissioner Finkeldye, looks like Monty, I'm not sure if, Mayor, you want to call him Monty, but he seems like he has a comment, and I know he chairs that committee, so I'd be interested in his input as well.
Is that okay to speak to this? This is Monty Soka, 5750 Yankee Tank Court, and chair of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. I applaud that you guys want to maybe pull this, or I support the idea of maybe pulling this and having some more discussion. I know our committee struggled greatly with the funding sources and the use of the trust fund to fund services. There were a good number of people on the committee that felt that the funds for those kind of services and ongoing support should come from a different funding source other than the trust fund, and that we really ought to concentrate the trust fund on building assets, because ultimately having housing is a big part of solving the affordable housing issue. So I really just wanted to get on and say, we really struggle with that, and there was just a tremendous amount of discussion around that and what other funding sources could be used. So I just passed that along from the committee.
Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that, and I certainly saw that when I looked at the minutes and watched some of that meeting. And again, I guess I would, now that I hear that maybe a deferral is possible, I'm interested in that. I don't want to send the message to anyone who had the recommended funding that I don't necessarily support the funding or the amount of funding, or that there's a doubt that they'll get the funding. But I would be interested in seeing how this lines up and where the money comes from for those fundings to make sure we're on the same page. And so if that does not cause a problem for those programs or our process, I'd be interested in that just to see how they work together and make sure we're maximizing the right funds from the right sources, if others are interested in that.
Mayor Shipley, I'd like to hear from Leah if she has anything to say. She's greatly trusted in my view, so if she has anything to say, I would like.
This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator. Thank you, Mayor Shipley. I don't have anything to add that my colleagues haven't already stated, but I appreciate the opportunity in response to Commissioner Finkeldye's statement about holding up the process. We can go ahead and, get draft agreements, just the rough draft started, and it shouldn't hold up funding from any of the agencies to defer it to the next meeting.
Unless there's any other comments from staff or commissioners, any other questions, let's make sure there's no public comment.
Monty.
Sorry, I can't find the raise hand thing on my Zoom. But the other comment I would have on that, I think it's the same topic, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Affordable Housing Advisory Board did not recommend funding one of the proposals that came forward. It was the Going South subdivision. But I wanted to point out that there was some real energy around that proposal because it's the first time that we've had a private developer, not one of our not-for-profits, propose a solution. And at least in my opinion, in order to solve the affordable housing issue and get enough affordable housing units available, we are going to have to engage the private sector and get the development community involved. So even though this proposal didn't get funding, I'm hoping that we can work with this developer at some level. And I think our group didn't know how to do that. And they maybe pushed that up to the commission to kind of try to figure out, which I don't know if that's a right or wrong thing. But I just want to say that the opportunity to be able to have the chance to work with a private developer to solve this problem, I really think we need to kind of go down this road a little ways and see what we can work out with this developer. And if it's a good thing for affordable housing and a good thing for the trust fund, great. And if it's not, then it's not, but we won't have left that stone unturned. Thank you.
Aaron,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Aaron M.
I am Erin Melton. I'm a Lawrence resident. I guess I have questions. The first of which being if the Housing Trust Fund weren't used, the funding, is there another funding source that would be considered, or would that amount of funding just kind of go away? And then my other question, and this might not be the right time to ask, but for that private developer solution that was just being talked about, I would be interested to know, what percentage of their units being built are going to be affordable, and how you guys are defining affordability.
Mayor Shipley, thank you, Aaron. What we usually do is listen to all the comments, and then we'll come back around and make sure your questions are answered. Sorry, Sherry, are there any other comments in the room or on Zoom?
There is not, Mayor.
Mayor Shipley, is there anyone who could specifically clear up those couple questions? And Commissioner Littlejohn, I did see that you have a question. I'm not ignoring you.
This is Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator for the City of Lawrence. The city has adopted the following definitions regarding affordable housing. So housing affordability is defined as households spending 30% or less of monthly gross income on housing. Rental housing units with monthly rent and utilities not exceeding 110% of the HUD defined fair market rent. And home ownership housing units for those earning up to 80% of median family income as a step established yearly by HUD. So that answers the question of how we're defining affordability. In terms of how many affordable units and to what extent that the solved developer had recommended, that application was incomplete and that information was not included in the application. Staff did work with them to get further information on the application, but those details were unknowns at the time of application and did factor heavily, I believe, into the Affordable Housing Advisory Board's decision not to fund the project through the trust funds at this time. But we do believe that, as Mr. Zuckup said, that we can continue conversations with that developer and others towards our goals of more affordable housing developments in the city.
Shipley, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Carry on.
I believe that addressed all the questions. I believe the other question was in regards to other city funding sources, and I would not be the appropriate person to address that.
Basically, that's why I wondered, Commissioner Finkeldite, if that was your question that we started out with. Well, am I wrong?
Commissioner Finkeldite, no, I guess, big picture, we budgeted 4.4 million for our housing initiatives, coming from all sorts of different sources to fund all sorts of different things. I think more directly, we had some money previously called social service funding that has been directed into that 4.4 million. That is where I think, just kind of, these are services we want to provide, all necessary. Question just kind of which part of money it would come from, and what the affordable housing tax fund would be used for, and what maybe those other funds would be used for, and how those relate. And so that's really what I'm looking for eventually, is to kind of get a feel for where that's at.
Mayor Shipley, I wonder, is that a broader question for Craig or someone else? I think we're good.
Well, I think if we bring it back next time, we'll see some more, get some more information. I think if we defer it, I think we'll get some more of that information. Not that I expect every dollar to be accounted for by January 4th, but I think just some, bigger parameters there, so we're talking about them at the same time.
Mayor Shipley, I know there were a number of, a couple other conversations that were had at that meeting that were very interesting, and I did notice they indicated they would be having, AHAB, Affordable Housing Advisory Board, would be having a retreat, although I didn't notice when that was, but they seem to be doing a very good job of keeping track of what some of those very important conversations were. Was there anything about that you were interested in discussing?
Well, I'm interested in all the topics, but I didn't want to get us sidetracked. This is Commissioner Finkelstein, by the way. I do think as those work their way through, I look forward to the continuing conversation at the commission level. But I think there's great work going on there. And I just want to be sure we're doing our part to make sure we're maximizing those funding opportunities and getting the money where they need to be. And again, I'm not at all here trying to short circuit the process. I'm really trying to help the process and make sure we're all working in the same direction.
Mayor Shipley, I appreciate your thoughtful concern. Are there any motions to defer this, being that there don't seem to be any repercussions or negative effects to the applicants?
Commissioner Larson, I don't have a problem with deferring this. I do appreciate Commissioner Finkelstein's idea. Wanted to see how this funding that AHAB has recommended, how it fits into the big picture of the whole housing initiatives division that's been created with the 2022 budget, and just the spending on that side. So I'm definitely interested in hearing more about that. But at the same time, I do support all the funding that's been recommended, and would be more than willing to defer it as long as staff has indicated this would not be a problem.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Littlejohn, did you ever get your question answered?
Well, I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to more or less comment, and I'm glad Monty was here just on AHAB itself. I know a lot of the times that we, as a city and, in other parts of it, we can be a little bit insular sometimes, but I was especially glad to see that they were expounding on and considering creative solutions to go ahead and incorporate private developers into this part of AHAB. So I found that really, really, really reassuring, because like you said before, we're really going to need those folks to go ahead and come in and participate as well if we're going to wrap our hands around the solution. So I just wanted to go ahead and comment and thank them for doing that.
Mayor Shipley. This is Commissioner Sellers, just for a point of clarification or information. If the motion, whoever presents the motion to defer, is it to anticipate that we defer it to the first meeting of the year, or is that left up to the motioner?
Mayor Shipley, Commissioner Finkeldye or Leah, is the next meeting, which I believe is the 3rd. Is that enough time?
This is Danny Walter. Sorry, with the Planning and Development Services. If at all possible, if we could do the second meeting in January. And looking at my calendar, I'm actually out of town on the 4th. And if it's a housing initiatives type item, I should probably be here. So if we could do the second meeting, that would be good.
And Mayor Shipley, just to clarify, that won't adversely affect any of the applicants that we all seem to support. They'll be all right.
Danny Walters, Planning and Development Services. Yes, everything will be still on a good timeline. So.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I would entertain a motion then.
This is Commissioner Finkeldye. I would move to defer item 8.9B to the January 11th City Commission meeting.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
I had just a point. Did I hear Commissioner Finkeldye to say 8.9B or B9B? I thought I heard you say 8.9B.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I might have. That would be a mistake if I did. So B9B. Thank you.
And I second that.
You know, his B's look like 8s.
So sorry, that was Vice Mayor Larson was yes, and Commissioner Littlejohn.
Yes to B9B, right? Okay.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Great conversation. That brings us to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during that time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Sherry, is there anyone there in the hall who's interested in speaking?
General public comment, items not on the agenda.
Items not on the agenda. So I didn't really get a clarification on some of the comments that I had made earlier.
Mayor Shipley, just for expediency, Mr. Engelhardt, do you mind if we email you to clarify?
Sure, I think that's fine.
Thank you. Sorry, everyone. I know that's irregular. Sherry, is there anyone else there who wants to comment on something not on the regular agenda at this?
Not in the commission room, and no one has indicated. Let me make sure on Zoom. There's no general public comment.
What? Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. That means we should be able to move on to our regular agenda items. Regular agenda item number 1, consider amending the adopted 2022 to 2026 improvement plan to include a Parks and Rec project that would install artificial turf on 2 of the soccer fields at the youth sport complex at an anticipated cost of $1.5 million. Is there someone from staff who is ready to present?
Good evening, Mayor Shipley. This is Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, and I'd be glad to speak a little more on this. Before I go over some of the things on what what we're talking about, I'd like to just summarize the collaboration between the city, Parks and Recreation, Sports, and Sporting Kaw Valley to upgrade 2 full-size grass fields at the youth sports complex to artificial turf. The proposal before the commission tonight was placed on expedited track, which is outside of our normal process of projects. It consisted of many moving parts, which wouldn't have been possible without the support of multiple departments working on this project, working this project into their existing workflow and providing due diligence to make it possible. Special thanks to MSO for working on the contract with Mammoth Finance for the debt resolution and the CIP amendment. Before you, our collaborating partner, Sporting Kaw Valley. And as we work through the user agreement and legal for reviewing the contract and the user agreement to bring this to where it is tonight. And Porter, if I can share my screen, I think that might be the easiest way to walk through some notes. I just have about 1 page of a summary.
You should be able to share now. Thanks, Derek.
Okay, so the agreement tonight between Sporting Kaw Valley and Parks Rec brings us closer to our goals of improving turf amenities at our facilities sooner than the 2026 CIP timeline. Sporting Kaw Valley has been working on ways to make artificial turf for soccer a reality at YSC for more than a year. Around sometime, I believe it was last May, Sporting Kaw Valley and Parks and Rec began having discussions to make the dream a reality for the community. What we have agreed on, and I think it's a win-win as we look through the user agreement, an hourly rate of 1,800 hours allows Sporting Kaw Valley to have priority use of the 2 turf fields that would be created. The agreement also allows Sporting Kaw Valley to develop sponsorship within the fenced area of these 2 soccer fields. The project fees from Sporting Kaw Valley and Parks and Rec running non-priority hours, so that'd be the hours that Sporting Kaw Valley hasn't designated as priority for them on the 2 fields, provides the community with a budget neutral amenity. The $1.5 million total cost includes the Mammoth contract to build the 2 turf fields and an additional amount for contingencies, but does not include the service on the debt, which brings price up a little more. And that's where the collaboration between the revenues from Sporting Kaw Valley and Parks and Recreation running the non-priority hours brings it to budget neutral. Parks and Rec owns the soccer equipment on the fields and is responsible for all the maintenance of the equipment and the maintenance of the fields. Parks and Recreation will provide a small storage building for Sporting Kaw Valley to use in these 2 fields. Sporting Kaw Valley would have the first right of refusal at the end of the contract. They'd have the option to extend the terms of this agreement or into a new agreement prior to the expiration of the agreement. So before you tonight, you see the culmination of our hard work collaborating with Sporting Kaw Valley, and we think we're in a great place and we have a good contract, a good agreement, except one of the terms on item 3 of the addendum, the term of exclusivity by Sporting Kaw Valley at the youth sports complex, which is an item that Parks and Rec and Sporting Kaw Valley have a difference of opinion, and we are seeking State Commission direction on the request for exclusive use of the YSC soccer fields. In the user agreement that's attached in tonight's agenda, you will see the non-exclusive right which the city supports. And what it states is, it is understood and agreed that nothing contained herein shall be construed to grant or authorize the granting to Sporting Kaw Valley of an exclusivity the right to use the youth sports complex or any portion thereof, including the soccer fields. So a little more on exclusivity. Exclusivity is not consistent with city government's public service mission. Parks and Recreation is competitively neutral in providing community facilities and services to all the users and user groups. So for example, we have 4 swim teams, 4 user groups. And although one of those was established well before the others, we treat all the user groups equally and share the limited water space. Sometimes there's friction between user groups, but all in all, it works out. Another arrangement that you'll see if you go out to Sports Pavilion Lawrence, we rent to volleyball teams, basketball teams, clubs, and no one user group has exclusive use. So in closing, I'd once again want to thank Sporting Car Valley, their executive director, Marcus Dudley, and their board of directors for working with us on this project and making it a reality for the community. And I will now turn the item back to the City Commission for questions.
Mayor Shipley, are there any questions from the commissioners for Director Derek Rogers?
Commissioner Littlejohn, had a question for Derek. Derek, is how common a practice is exclusivity in the surrounding towns or cities around us in this kind of similar type of situation?
Director Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. We did some research, and so a couple of the facilities we looked at was Garmin Field, which is a private venture between an LLC and a family that developed it. From what we found, they did not have exclusivity. Shell Field, we also is a public owned entity in Overland Park, and we did not find an example of a municipality with exclusivity, although they did, like in our agreement, discuss priority user. And I think that you will see priority users in the Shell Field agreement quite a bit.
This is Commissioner Sellers. This question is for Derek as well. And I wanted to say thank you, Derek, for looking that information up for us. I know that that was a question that I wanted to make sure that was answered prior to tonight. So in the priority users, so although exclusivity is not necessarily used between municipalities and organizations, we do see that priority use is a more common practice, and that, to your knowledge, outside of what we serve in Johnson County, there's not too many other municipalities that use a different approach other than those user priorities. So I guess that's the best practice, is user priorities, is what I'm trying to get to.
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation, and in my limited research, I could not find a municipality that had used exclusivity.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions from commissioners? I actually do have some questions, Derek, but unfortunately they're going to get into sort of the CIP area only in as much as it pertains to this item. So when I went through my CIP list from this year that we went through, in addition to this, the turf, which was, as you mentioned, way off into the hopeful times, there's a number of things that we were going to fund more recently. So I looked like the lighting and the parking were slated, and also some ADA accessibility. So while they're not encompassed in the larger project, they are sort of ancillary to this project. And at the cost of putting you in a weird position of remembering what we had in our CIP, I wondered how these kind of ancillary things might change for the need of use if we go forward with this in terms of timing, or I think, for example, one of them is way off in 2024. Would we need to move that up? And another item I noticed in there in the packet was a request for storage facility, which I gleaned from that they wanted a different storage facility. It appeared alike the one that you have now, but a different one. So I wondered if you could kind of discuss some of those items, how that might change.
Sure, Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. With regard to a parking lot, and I'll answer as many as I can. I'll pass off the mark that's probably a little more up on that. The parking lot, we started expanding that recently. So instead of having that as part of the Mammoth agreement or a contract, it was easier for us to do that. So you'll see an expansion on the parking lot, and that was taken out. the lighting with the two fields, they were already lit, the two full-size soccer fields where the turf is going. I believe the lighting was out of this. The storage facility, there was a storage facility. There's a small one out there now. It's not very big. I would say shed type of facility. I can't remember the size, maybe 14 by 14. But based on the location where it is in the complex to where the new turf fields will be, it made sense to have something closer for the artificial turf fields for Sporting Cobb Valley to use. So we agreed to that. And I will hand off to Mark to see what I'm missing on the CIP.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director with the Parks and Rec. A lot of those projects that are in the future phases of the CIP deal with lighting upgrades. So we have on the 8 baseball fields and the 2 soccer fields we're talking about that we have older lighting. So that one CIP item would upgrade those to an LED light. And then we had miscellaneous parking lot and sidewalk projects. So they really wouldn't be affected by this project since it's dealing specifically with a field. All those other ones were dealing with mostly the complex amenities. So I don't see a real overlap in this project and those future projects.
Mayor Shipley, so the lighting you kind of mentioned there, we had it, unless I misunderstand you, the item we had was way out in 2025. That was $900,000. You're saying, if I can make sure I understand you, that's not the project that would suddenly move forward. There's that's not the exact need at this time.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, that's correct. That lighting would be mostly upgrades of existing fixtures. So moving from the older lighting to a more efficient lighting system.
And Mayor Shipley, do we know what the cost of that would be or the timing of that?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, we kind of update these CIP lists every year. So at the time when we proposed this item, it was roughly a $900,000 item. We'll look at that again as we upgrade the CIP coming into the 2023 budget cycle, just to make sure our numbers are correct. But at this point, that's a fair number for upgrades.
Mayor Shipley, and then there were 2 other items, the ADA sidewalks, which was slated for 2022. Maybe you guys were saying you've already kind of started that with maybe the parking lot. I just want to make sure I'm aware of that I'm clear on what those costs are in the immediate in terms of their need to use it if this project goes forward.
Yes, Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. Both of those projects are basically upgrading the facility. So if you go out and just look at that facility as far as ADA access, we're lacking a number of areas in sidewalks, 2 fields, and then the parking is mostly asphalt millings parking lots. So eventually we'd like to upgrade those to a hard surface where they're a little easier to access if you're in a wheelchair or pushing a stroller.
And my sheets here that Bobby was kind enough to print for me indicate for 2022, that was $200,000. Does that meet with your memory?
That is correct. I'm looking at the same sheet right here.
And not to bring this up again as I have in the past, but I do want to make sure because I feel like sometimes Parks and Rec might be a little in the dark since there are ADA opportunities and sidewalk and accessibility issues, and make sure if there's other departments or perhaps our new grants are available that someone offer to help you, make sure there's not something we can capture outside our usual funding sources for those.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, will accept any and all help and funding.
Mayor Shipley, thank you so much, Mark and Derek. Are there any other questions from commissioners before we move on to public comment? All right, it seems like we might be ready for public comment. Sherry, could you let us know if there's anyone there in the City Hall who's interested in speaking?
Yeah, I won't leave you alone. This is Phil Engelhardt again. The project sounds great. We're generally very supportive of pay-for-play type of models, and the fact that it's being billed, if you will, as a roughly revenue neutral proposal, I think is great. I think, though, that in the interest of sound fiscal stewardship, as you go through this particular proposal, I don't actually expect you to take me seriously, but I'm going to say it anyway, so that it will be lodged if similar type circumstances arise in the future. You ought to think about and some sort of clawback provisions put in place on these kinds of agreements. And I don't want to disparage the organization. I wish them all the success in the world, and hopefully it's going to work. But if at the end of 10 and a half years, which I may well be dead, and you all probably won't be on the council, but if I were, okay, and you all were, if instead of it being $1.36 million, it's only $400,000 that they've been able to move from their work back to the city, then, what sort of recourse does the larger community have to recover those funds that were put forth at this time for this project? I mean, it's a consideration that I think the next time you go through one of these things, you ought to think about really seriously, and you ought to talk to the legal staff people. And you ought to look, because the very same thing, not the very same thing, there are many parallels between this sort of thing, believe it or not, and the issuance of IRBs. And you all are very familiar with IRBs, and you know the default rates and everything like that, okay? So just bear it in mind would be my point here, so that if one of these things comes up in the future, you'll give it some consideration. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Is there anyone else there in the room that wants to comment on this item?
No, but we do have some online, Mayor. So Joe Comparado.
Mayor Shipley, real quick. Derek Rogers, Director of Parks Recreation. Can we provide an opportunity for our partner, Sporting Cal Valley, Marcus Dudley, to
yes. Mayor Shipley, yes, but I sort of felt like we'd already gotten onto the comment, and so I thought but I will be generous, and if he'd prefer to do it now, I can switch gears. That was on me. I apologize.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and it may be a thing where the people who are supporting him want to comment on his comments. So if it doesn't discomfort any other commissioners, I may just let him go ahead at this time. Is that all right with everyone? Great. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with me. This is my first rodeo.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Shipley. I appreciate the opportunity. And Derek, thank you for bringing attention to that. I'm Marcus Dudley. I'm the Executive Director for Sporting Cal Valley. I wanted to start off by echoing some of the sentiments that Derek had brought up about just how collaborative I think this process has been, especially over the last 2 months. There has been a lot of people involved. Brian McGuire, Derek, Mark Ecker. I know I see Jeremy, who I don't know, but I know he's been on a lot of emails with us, and Randy Larkin. And so we really appreciate all the hard work and effort that's gone into this over the last 2 months to try to hit some important deadlines. So thank you for making that happen. The other thing that I want to say is, although this is an issue that's contested, we're so close right now. I think we're down to this one last issue, and I think all parties involved are ready to hopefully start moving dirt here soon and get these fields put in. So yesterday I submitted a 2-page letter that was added to the agenda. I'm hoping that everyone had the opportunity to review that. I'm kind of looking to make sure people have. If not, I can go into a little more history. Looks like it. Okay, great. So I did want to talk a little bit about the history because I think it's important from this context. And I think that it makes this situation unique. As many of you know, we've been out at that complex at YSC since 1985. Sporting Caw Valley, formerly Caw Valley Soccer Association, was heavily involved in the development of that complex before the city had the lease. So there was hundreds of thousands of dollars put into that complex to make it, kind of the foundation of what it has become today. After the city was awarded the lease with the Corps of Engineers, Sporting Caw Valley continued to lease all 15 of those soccer fields. And by our estimates, we've paid somewhere over $750,000 to the city and Parks and Rec Department to help maintain those same fields over that time period. So we really feel that that's an important consideration. And in many ways, we've always operated with a certain level of exclusivity. Before the city was involved, obviously nobody else was out there. It was just us, right? Working on the fields that we had built. After the city became involved, we rented all 15 fields or leased all 15 fields, and we were the sole provider of youth soccer related programming since that time. So we're talking about 37 years almost of historical precedence of us working out there exclusively. So I want people to realize that we're not asking for something new. We're asking for something to remain the same. And it's even more important to us now because of the financial commitments that we've made to get this field, to get these two fields built. I also wanted to talk a little bit about why this is a danger to us financially. Because the City Commission, last time we met, discussed making sure that this was budget neutral, we've really had to work internally to think about how we would change our programming to maximize the utilization of those two fields in order to justify the revenue that could be generated to fund almost 97% of the total build projects of those fields. So we've made a lot of changes too, based upon the expectation and the historical precedence of having a certain level of exclusivity remain out there at that complex. Our primary concern is we're helping fund in many ways on the backs of our members two great turf fields that'll provide a lot of new opportunities for people in the community, to have a new community asset. And we're also opening up space that used to not be available out at the complex. So our primary concern around exclusivity is that the city not come in at some point and say, look, we're going to start a rec program and undercut us because it would cost them next to nothing. We already could continue to use that grass space if need be, but we're choosing not to help this project move forward. And we're also sensitive about a third-party group coming in and being able to offer the exact same programming we can, but on grass, but it would obviously cost them less. So we just couldn't repeat that because of the cost of turf. There's just no way to really do that. So that's at the center of this issue, is how do we protect and make sure that we can fulfill our financial commitment over the next 10 and a half years to the city. And that's what this is really about. A couple more points that I just wanted to talk about because I've read through some of the language that's been presented by the city, and I wanted to speak directly to some of those comments. One is, I think there was a question about exclusivity with other complexes in the general area. Most of those are set up a little bit differently. Some organizations, let's say it's Sporting Blue Valley, which is a third-party user group, has leased the entire facility, right? So they are essentially in control of the facility. So they are the primary user, but then they have certain requirements that they have to meet in order to make sure that it is available to other people. I think that there is some exclusivity type of arrangements built in with SWOPE, with Brookside. I believe that there are similar arrangements in place with Compass Mineral. So I don't know that these things are not commonplace. I would suggest that most of these complexes now have some sort of primary user group that they have some sort of exclusive rights to or privileges to, that should be articulated. Again, I think the difference in both these situations are we're paying to build a lot of it, or we've paid to build a lot of it in the past. In terms of some of the language that was used, specifically about not creating or engaging in activity, this is in regards to the lease that's with the Corps of Engineers. Let me start by saying it's my understanding that that agreement is not finalized. So it's a little difficult to violate a principle that's not yet signed. So that would be my first question, is how can we be in violation of that? The second concern that I would have is, or suggestion is there a way to modify that language so that we would no longer be in violation of some sort of language within that agreement? But then when you start really digging down to some of the language about third party and undue economic advantage, that's really the whole point of why we're here, is we're worried about the city or another group coming in and running the same programming as us and creating an economic advantage either for themselves or an economic disadvantage to us, which then hinders our ability to continue to pay for these fields. So we're kind of talking about the same principle. We're just talking about it from two different perspectives. The last point that I want to make about the exclusivity agreement is there are other situations where the city has engaged in exclusivity or a non-compete type environment, and I would point to the concessionaires. I've been now with Sporting Caw Valley for almost 10 years. I know that there's been a number of agreements in place, whether it was with Dillon's or Hy-Vee or the Sandbar, where the city is engaged in agreements that do not allow other businesses to provide whatever services or goods to compete with them at that facility. We really do not see how this would be any different, other than we are a nonprofit organization and the stakes are much greater for us and the amounts of money that we're talking about protecting are much bigger. But philosophically, we see that these things are very, very similar in our opinion. So again, I just want to end by saying we really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We know that this is the one issue that we're trying to wrap up, and we're really, it's a delicate situation. I can see, both, perspectives. I'm hopeful that this is something that we can address tonight or have some ideas. I will also say that this is not an issue that we have not been steadfast on since we approached the Parks and Rec Department, 2 years ago. So we're, I think, a little sensitive that this is now coming up at the last minute again, when we've been very, very direct about the importance of this being a part of the agreement in order to ensure our commitment from a financial perspective. Thanks again. We think that our request is rational and responsible and protects a specific business legitimate interest. But we appreciate the time tonight and look forward to your comments.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. No, again, I apologize for not calling on you earlier. Are there any questions for Mr. Dudley? From the commission, that is to say.
Mayor Shipley, this is Commissioner Sellers. I had a quick question in regards to number 3, and maybe Derek, you can answer this if I missed it in my review. The new language for number 3, which is the non-exclusive right, when was that new language presented to you or to the city staff?
Derek Rogers, the Director of Parks and Recreation. That language, we have an open agreement with, our last agreement with Sporting Caw Valley for use of the grass fields ran from 2015 to 2018. we were working on a 2018 agreement with Sporting Call Valley, and that language was in that draft. When we went towards the final reviews, we had concluded an agreement, a rough draft of an agreement, and we sent that to legal for review. And that's when, in review of our current lease, our lease was signed January 1st of 1996. It's a 25-year lease and it's still in effect till December 31st. Our new lease is in progress with the Corps of Engineers for another 25 years. But the existing language in the lease, I hadn't reviewed in the 5 years I've been here till just this last year. I start going through it, and every now and then you find tidbits. So when we develop something new, a new amenity out there, we get Corps of Engineers approval. But in that agreement, in their lease agreement, they actually talk about public use and facilities and services. So that is a recent change in the agreement that Sporting Call Valley and Parks and Recreation saw in the new terminology in the last couple of weeks.
Okay, this is Commissioner Sellers. So again, the revised language to number 3, that is quite new. That wasn't part of when the original agreement was laid out to the commission earlier this year.
Parks and Recreation, Derek Rogers, the director, what went before the commission in October 5th had the letter from Sporting Call Valley and what they wanted to see in agreement, but we did not have a user agreement. We were looking for recommendation at that time on amending the CIP.
Thank you, Derek.
And Commissioner Sellers, I see Randy Larkin, legal, would like to have a comment.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would just like to comment on the timeline of how this occurred. This was presented to the City Commission. We put together a user agreement for this project, and then Parks and Rec then met with Sporting Call Valley, and then they came back, and then this addendum was added to that. And then we have since amended that, and that's where this language came from. So that's how that came about. I just wanted to just clarify that the timeline of where these things occurred and how they occurred.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Randy. So this was part of the amended addendum. So.
Yes, there was an addendum, and then that came back to our office. We dealt with that and amended it again and made it offering. This was the last thing that we have to reach an agreement on. We are at loggerheads on it.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn, and just so I'm just clarifying, the recency is due to the Army of Corps Engineers, right? The reviewed language that was recently discovered, correct?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. We did not have any type of language like this. This was always going to be open to the public, and Sporting Call Valley was going to have certain rights regarding the property because of what they're doing out there and regarding the turf. But we had no such language whatsoever. This was developed between Parks and Rec and some negotiations with Sporting Call Valley. That came back to the attorney's office, and then there was some discussions there, and then that language then was proposed as a counter proposal basically to what was submitted.
Okay.
Mayor Shipley, are there any other questions, or does anyone need that little conversation clarified? Okay, if not, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I did have a clarification discussion a little bit about if Randy could talk about what would happen if there was a default on this contract. If you could explain a little bit more about our potential recourse and kind of what how that would proceed.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney again. This was discussed previously, and the reason there's no clawback is that at the time it was going to be, if there was a default, the city would have paid for it. It's on city leased land. It would default to the city, and the city would just have use of that, basically infrastructure. that asset, and the asset would be the city's. So we didn't really feel the necessity, or at least Parks and Rec did not believe it was a necessity to have a clawback to try to get money from perhaps some organization that had another situation. But that was the situation, and that was why there's no clawback clause.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Larson, thank you. So if there was a default on it, would the Kaw Valley still be able to use the fields even though they had defaulted on the original amount?
Personally, or not personally, but the situation is that this Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney again, is that the city has leased that property. We have control over it. We can enter into agreements with users to allow them to use the property. That's how we've always dealt with this. Typically in the past, as Mr. Dudley has stated, Sporting Kaw Valley has had most of the soccer complex they have, and they've leased all of that property, and they've had a lot of control over it. Things are changing slightly with this project, but as we go forward, the situation is that, yes, perhaps as a user, or they want to use it, they could come in and sign a user agreement and rent some fields. And I don't know that there would necessarily be a problem with that, because it would be our asset at that point in time. Actually, it's going to be our asset anyway.
Commissioner Larson, thank you.
Mayor Shipley, any further questions for staff? Okay, let's go ahead and get some, go back to public comment. I saw Joe Comparato first, although I don't know that these are in any kind of order. If you can hear me, sir, you're welcome to begin for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here, council, mayor, staff. My name is Joe Comparato. I'm the president and general manager for BBB International Academy. We are a Lawrence business. We started 5 years ago as Jambars FC, and we're invited to join Borussia Dortmund's International Academy as one of the first of 7 clubs here in the United States. So we're proud to be a part of that, and we're proud to be based here in Lawrence, Kansas, and operating with our families. So we are a Lawrence business, and our families are Lawrence citizens. You know, for 5 years since we've started our club, we have faced the battle of YSI and the fact that one club in this community has had control over it for all of these years. In full disclosure, I bear some responsibility for that because I sat on the board for Kaw Valley Soccer for 5 years and coached there for 10. I actually coached there in college as a way for our club to raise money to go to tournaments. And so I have a fond memory and the history of what that club has provided to this town, the development of soccer. And, you know, I want to first say I don't have any ill will towards SKB or Mr. Dudley. He runs his business, and I can respect that. But the issues I do have is that it's our only public soccer complex in town, and they have been the only group that has been able to use it for years. So not just my soccer organization, but I also coached at Bishop Seabury here in town for several years. We don't have a soccer field, and it's almost impossible to even get the field on afternoons to host home soccer games for the school. And so while I'm impressed and happy that the city's starting to recognize that our soccer facilities are subpar in a region, you know, our Heartland League is the 4th most competitive league in the country. People come from all over the U.S. to play and compete here. And that's one of the reasons the community is very vibrant. We're not the only user group in town. There's an adult league, there's several other small clubs, and there's lots of people that could take advantage of having these facilities available. We've kind of bit our lip for 5 years, never really wanted to make issue out of the fact that public land is basically granted to one business, which does give them an economic advantage in the situation. But once I found out that turf fields were being built after our group has spent 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars, we've been in front of the city commission, the county commission. We've looked at developing several pieces of land to add additional soccer fields. We've been told there wasn't going to be any municipal support in any kind of new soccer project. And we've fought that fight on our own for 5 years and really put up personal money and so forth to try to get that done. So to find out these fields were going to be built and then they were just going to be handed back to the same people, then it just further cemented just, I don't know, a little bit of anguish in the fact that, you know, we're a Lawrence business, our families are Lawrence taxpayers. We run into the similar obstacles at Rock Chalk Park when trying to get time out there in the winter. And I just didn't want to be, have it not be said that this is the situation. You know, I do understand priority use and I do understand land use agreements. I sit on a couple of boards in Kansas City, so I've overseen a lot of the contracts that happen with the facilities over there. But each of those groups have the ability to bid for that. And I will even go back to Marcus's comment about the concessionaires. Yes, you do earn a contract with the city, but you get that because you have the opportunity to bid for that. So I think that if there's an opportunity for someone to have access to city-built properties, which is essentially is just a rent, and that's what we're talking about. There's no default here, so maybe they can't pay what they initially wanted to pay, but they can still rent it. It's just a lease agreement. So I think that anyone should have the opportunity to put a bid in for that lease. So I run a similar business, so I understand what Mr. Dudley's talking about as it relates to the risk of taking on those kinds of things. And I would say we'd be willing to share the risk if they'd be willing to share the time. And I think the other thing is the city's being a little short-sighted because we need more than 2 turf soccer fields in this town. We have thousands of players from ages 9 to 53, 54, 55. I stopped playing adult league in 51 when I broke my ankle. So it's a vibrant soccer community and it continues to grow. So my discussions with the city is, why are we only building 2? There are groups out there that would come in and support. We'd be happy to come in and work a deal with our community to create more soccer space for everyone. And not just Lawrence, it could encompass the entire county. And we certainly have the land and we have the ability. So I'll stop there. I'll leave it with you. That's our feeling. We sure hope there's no exclusivity on city property. It's hard for me to face my families and try to answer the questions of why our teams can't play in city property. So appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sherry, I'll let you take over calling on people now because you can see them more than I can.
Daniel Spurgeon.
Yeah, hi. I represent the other 99% of people who play soccer in Lawrence. I'm a licensed soccer coach. I've lived in Lawrence since '92. I played in the adult league. I continue to play in the adult league. I played my entire life. I'm from St. Louis, where there is a culture of everybody playing. And then there are private clubs. And if you want to go play with the private club, you can play there too. But you play through 8th grade. I come to Lawrence, and I've always wondered why Lawrence has handed soccer off in its entirety to Sporting Caw Valley. I understand maybe 20 years ago when this sport was still an edge sport, but it is no longer the case. This sport has completely transformed in America. And, you know, I'm not only a player and a coach and a ref, I have a son. He's a 7th grader, and he has played for Caw Valley Rec, Caw Valley Academy, Caw Valley Premier League, BVB Premier. He's played for both these businesses, and I can tell you, Sporting Caw Valley today is not the Sporting Caw Valley who you started working with, 30 years ago. They used to take care of all the youth. They really served the entire public. They are now satellites of, Dortmund and Sporting Caw Valley. And their structure is to find the top tier players. You know, Joe, you know, I love both organizations, really. They have a place here. But like he just talked about how competitive the Heartland League is. What I'm worried about is they are structured to only find that 1% top best player. And this is a public field. It is not serving this relationship with Caw Valley does not serve the rest of our community. There is an emerging soccer population, an existing one, as Joe cited. There are adults, they're young people, and they're being driven out because these corporations, the way they're structured is they pretty much have rec soccer to identify the good kids that they can then shuffle into these higher academy and premier leagues that cost a lot of money that average citizens can't afford. They are no longer designed to be soccer for everyone. So that kind of comes to, should the city be excluded from starting their own league? Absolutely not. The city needs to have the freedom to start their own league. Look, Hoopsters is great, but the city has basketball. The Aquahawks is great, but everybody can go to the public pool and have plenty of access. I have a rec team. And I will finish here.
Go ahead.
But look, I was the coach of the mayor's son, and I couldn't get access to Caw Valley. And it was a Caw Valley team. I had to go onto the website and get a baseball field. Okay?
I appreciate you, Mr. Spurgeon. I really do. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chris Flowers?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'd just like to support the past couple of speakers. I don't really know much about this issue, but that one speaker who mentioned that like the concession stands, if it's up to the highest bidder each year. I don't know, that seemed to stick with me a bit. Like, I mean, if it's gonna be pay to play, we should be going with the highest payer. I don't know. And there seems like there could be some equity issues with this exclusive stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Sherry, anybody else?
Yeah, we have a few more, Mayor. Tanya Sieber.
You're muted.
Thank you. I feel like I've heard that about 7,000 times in the last 2 years. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mayor Shipley. My name is Tanya Sieber, and I sit on the board for Supporting Caw Valley and have been involved in the development of this partnership with the city to build these turf fields for goodness, the last 18 months. And I don't even know where to start. There are so many things that I feel are essential to refute from some of the previous speakers. First of all, our club serves 2,200 members ranging in age from 3 to 19. We have 3 different developmental leagues that we program for. I coach in our recreational league. I've been doing that for 8 years. I can guarantee you that the goal of our rec league is not to identify top players so that we can convert them to competitive players. The goal, the mission of our recreational league and the mission of our academy league, which is the next developmental league above that, is to provide experiences for kids to have fun, to learn the game of soccer, to learn how to be a part of a team and sportsmanship, and to create those opportunities for health and activity in their lives. That is the mission of our organization. And yes, there are many very driven, competitive young athletes in our community who want to play in the Heartland League in Kansas City. And they deserve the best training and the best facilities that this community can provide them. And we as an organization have been battling to upgrade the facilities available to all of the Lawrence community for years and years and years. And when we first came to the city with our proposal to upgrade 2 fields to turf, the city told us, well, the city said that they could not afford to do that. And so we came back with an offer to pay for the project, which is the only reason that the project is moving forward. The city had no intention of paying for and providing these facilities for public use until we guaranteed to fund them in a completely revenue neutral way at 97%. And that is the commitment that we made to the city in order to ensure these turf fields could be built. So there were a lot of things mentioned by previous speakers that are just unfounded and completely false. And it's important to me to set that record straight. That said, we are eager and excited to partner with the city moving forward on this project in our home on the fields that our organization built 30 years ago.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I'm sorry.
It is remotely unreasonable to ask that we maintain our priority use on the fields that we built. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Josh Woods.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to continue on the message that Marcus and Tanya just talked about. I think an important fact here is that without Sporting Kaw Valley, you'll never have a net neutrality type project submitted to the city. To the point about one of the commissioners mentioned, or maybe it was Derek Rogers mentioned, that other sports have never had some kind of exclusivity. Everybody gets to compete at Rock Chalk Park or Sporting Pavilion Lawrence. There's not a single club in any of those facilities that has ever come to the table willing to contract for 10.5 years to utilize the facility. So I think we're comparing apples to oranges. Also, when it comes to the comment about Sporting Kaw Valley is running the game or trying to pluck kids to put them in this highest level, I, as a parent who has played through Lawrence Parks and Rec, my children have played through Lawrence Parks and Rec, and they've gone through Sporting Kaw Valley as well. They've played at the rec level, the academy level, and now the premier level. And now, quite honestly, we're not even a part of Sporting Kaw Valley anymore. And the primary reason why is the fact that Lawrence, Kansas doesn't have turf fields for our youth to play on. When it comes to numbers, I would say absolutely. Let's let the previous 2 speakers who were against Sporting Kaw Valley doing this, if they're willing to put up an investment of $1.5 million, let's expand the complex. Let's make it 10 turf fields. But I think the reality is that's never going to happen because they don't have the membership to support it. We have 2,200 members who are anxious and willing to support this on their own dime, and the city has an obligation to make this happen. And exclusivity is the only way to do that. If we're going to pay for this out of our own pockets as parents and members of this club, then we want rights to it. And I think that's a fair shake anywhere you go. To say, oh, well, BVB or any other smaller team deserves the same thing. Well, I totally agree, but they've got to bring the same level of commitment to the table, and we just haven't seen that. So I urge the commissioners to carry forward the original agreement that Marcus has attempted to put in place, and let's get these turf fields built.
Michael Ullman.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Riedemann, and thank you, Mayor Shipley. My name is Michael Ullman, and I'm speaking for myself this evening. Actually, I came here tonight to speak to the next agenda item, and I'll try to be brief here, but it seems like virtually everybody that I can see in this discussion and the documents as well have a blind spot that really there needs to be some light shined on this blind spot. I mean, I appreciate this initiative to provide kind of facilities for soccer players in our community that are conducive to excellence. My son plays soccer. Matter of fact, he played soccer under Mr. Comparato. I understand that for our youth and our teams to be competitive regionally and nationally, they need good facilities to train, consistent facilities. So I don't anticipate that this is not going to happen and take place, and maybe even happen in other locations. But I just have to point out that everything I've seen so far is an evaluation, a cost accounting of the dollars, the service level that we can provide relative to the dollar costs. What I don't see is a carbon accounting. What we're talking about here, what people are calling turf, traditionally, for years, for centuries, turf referred to grass. This is astroturf. It's plastic. Everybody needs to know that. I mean, that's one reason it's consistent, but that plastic is a derivative of fossil fuels, petroleum specifically, that have been mined and processed and refined and converted into polymers. This plastic, one question I had first of all is, what's the lifespan of this? Nothing in the comments that I've seen indicates a life cycle. Nothing indicates the replacement cycle. This is a major chunk of carbon pollution. And not only is it going to be a big amount of pollution when it needs to be replaced, but as it's brushed and abraded for maintenance, all those plastic particles are going to wash off and go into where? The river, the Wakarusa River. I want to share my screen if I could briefly here. Is that possible, Porter?
Yeah, except time is almost up.
Okay.
Time.
There is a picture of the Lawrence High School soccer field. And this is what they tore off in 2018. That's probably 40 tons of
10
plastic.
seconds, Michael.
Okay. I just want everybody to be aware. I mean, this is something that needs to be taken into consideration when we go on with these major projects, not just the dollar accounting, but the carbon accounting. Thank you.
Yeah, order. So I can use that comment.
Mayor Shipley, Sherry, is that everyone?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That's all the comment.
If you don't mind, I want to check with my fellow commissioners for a minute. We've been at this for a while. I want to make sure, would you like to carry on our discussion, or would you like to have a little 5-minute break for those of you who have a walnut-sized bladder? Anybody?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Vice Mayor Larson, are you all right?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I do want to say that me answering first does not reflect the size of my bladder.
I'm not hearing anything from any of the commissioners, so let's go ahead and carry on then. Is there any discussion, comments, questions after all those comments from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Finkel. I have a few questions that came up. And maybe one of these is for Randy. I think one will be for Marcus. Randy, can you comment on the exclusivity? Obviously, they mentioned the concierge agreements. Do you know of any other agreements we have that have some exclusivity provision in them?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. There is, typically you can have that if it's proprietary. So we enter into leases. Whoever leases the property from us has exclusive use of that property. So we do have some of those types of agreements. We have bids where someone wins a contract to put paving down. That's obviously an exclusive contract. So there are some situations where there is exclusivity. The situation that arises is the city has governmental functions and has proprietary functions. And the difficulty that we have is when it's a governmental function of going forward, ending another city commission or future city commission with a decision. And then a proprietary is, contract where we get a goods, we pay for something, and then, you can bind a city commission in the future to pay those types of bills. So that's kind of where we are, and there's a distinction here, and that's basically the crux of the issue here.
Commissioner Finkel, I thank you. That's helpful. And I think this is a question for Marcus. Marcus, Josh Woods was speaking, and I've looked at your exclusivity provision, but I'm curious your understanding. I mean, if someone else came and wanted to put fields in and pay for it, do you see that as something against what you want as an exclusivity provision, or you still just focused on other leagues being allowed either by the city or some other third party?
Yeah, it's a great question. Marcus Dudley, Executive Director of Sporting Cobb Valley. So we have no issue with other groups practicing there, other groups playing games there. That's really not what our issue is. It really has to do with providing leagues that directly compete with us, leagues, camps, tournaments, because that's a major funding source for us to help fund these fields. In regards to other partners that may build out there, I would say this. I would say, number one, I don't know that we're completely against that. I think we would want to make sure that if we were expected to make this budget neutral, to the extent that we would expect that there would be some sort of equity in terms of what the expectations would be for another group. I mean, I don't think it would be fair if cities subsidize 50% of that and only 3% of ours. That I don't think that seems fair. But to your other point, I'm a little bit, I'm not sure that you need all more fields out there. If we're really talking about equity and accessibility, I would say put one at Holcomb, put a couple on the east side of town, make it more accessible to different parts of these communities. That's what I would say if you're going to find another partner or are able to do this. We've been running tournaments for 10 years, somewhere between 2 and 4 a year. So we're well aware of what the market is and how it's changing. And I don't think that, unfortunately, I just don't think that we have, it's very difficult to compete with Kansas City with all the things that they can provide. So I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner, but hopefully it does.
Commissioner Finkel, it does. And you might be able to answer this question. If not, it'd be for Derek, but I think I understand this, but I want to be clear. Some of the comments are, as of last year, if I'm just a guy who wants to rent a spot out at YSC, I couldn't do that last year, but under this agreement, I could. So is that true? Or if I had gone through you to rent it previously, and now I'd go to the city?
Right. So a couple different variations of that. In the past, when it was in our primary season, right, when we had blocked out that time, no, those fields were not accessible. Outside of that time, those were open fields and they were rented by other groups like the Lawrence Adult Soccer League, or, there may have been some camps or something that have been, other user groups for other even sports. I'm not sure. So that has been available outside of that block time. You asked, what was the second part of your question, Commissioner?
Well, I was just making sure. I was asking it 2 different ways, but I think you answered it. But under this agreement, there would actually be more availability to the grass fields than there was previously, correct?
Yes, Marcus Dudley, Executive Director of Sporting Cobb Valley. That is correct. Because we would be moving so much of our programming over that would free up more available space for others to rent for, you know, a wide variety of practices or whatever. So like I said, we're really talking about a limited exclusivity of specific types of programming that don't endanger our funding mechanisms. That's really what we're looking for. And we're certainly not opposed to anybody running these same types of programming or camps or tournaments anywhere else in the community. That's not what we're trying to say either, or the city doing that for that matter. It has more to do with at that location, at that space. And I think there's probably even more sensitivity on our board because of the financial contributions that have been made to that facility over the last 37 years, which I think make it very, very unique than other situations.
Commissioner Finkel, I thank you, Marcus. And maybe Derek, this question would be for you then. Been some comments about, you know, possibly, you know, how these rec leagues are run. I mean, is that something that you've even considered? I mean, that us operating our own system, I hadn't heard of us even considering that. So I just wondered where you're at that.
Sure. Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. From a Parks and Rec perspective, if an organization is providing a service to the community, then we're, for example, whether it be flag football out at YSC or soccer, and they're providing an amenity, and we've had kind of a gentleman's agreement that we'll stay out of it because we want to see those businesses succeed. They're providing a service to the community, and we can focus our resources on providing other services. And currently, as we rent the grass fields, Sporting Call Valley has rented the fields, and Marcus staff will tell me, I think it's about 2,000 hours. Right now, the hourly rate is $40 an hour. And so as they move to the artificial turf fields, they are going to need, and Marcus can correct me, we're probably from 200 to 500 hours of natural grass fields, which leaves a lot of fields open conservatively that could be used by the community to rent grass fields. We hadn't thought about running that, but we also don't want to tie the hands of a future Parks and Rec director or another organization, say a city commissioner or petition decides that, you know, we need to really provide rec soccer leagues. So the space available really hadn't been out at YSC based on Sporting Call Valley having priority use of the grass fields and hours. They've taken it. So there's been a perception of exclusivity with Sporting Call Valley and the grass fields.
Commissioner Finkel, so a follow-up to that then, for example, the senior league, so, you know, one that doesn't, Sporting Call Valley only goes up to 19, I think. I mean, this would open up more fields at YSC for someone to rent and run even with or without exclusivity provision, this would open up more fields to allow adult leagues. Is that true?
Derek Rogers, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, we've been approached by multiple organizations interested in leasing, renting fields at YSC. So, and Adult Soccer League was one of them, and that's non-competitive. I believe BVB is one of the soccer leagues, and they probably have a rec league, I'm assuming, like Sporting Call Valley, which would be a competition. To the point, there is limited soccer space available in the community that is public access. School district has some, university has some. I also saw Randy screen pop up. He might have comments.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. As the version that came to our desk, it would preclude adult league from participating or buying that. That may not have been the intent, but that was the language. And so however this works through, that's what we need to work through, and that's the nature of the dispute at this point.
Commissioner Finkel, I guess then I'd ask that question to Marcus. Was I misunderstanding what you were asking for in the exclusivity? Maybe I was.
Marcus Dudley, Executive Director, Sporting Call Valley. Initially, what we were asking for is exclusivity for outdoor youth soccer programming at YSC. So that precludes adults
right? That doesn't include them. Who were from, let me say exclusivity. Exclusivity meaning not providing identical services as us at YSC. So it was, I wish I had the language sitting in front of me, but it was exclusivity for outdoor youth soccer programming, not allowing the city or other third parties to provide similar or identical programming that would directly compete with that programming at YSC, anywhere else.
Commissioner Finkel, that's what I thought it had youth in there, so.
And only outdoor. We weren't trying to obtain indoor someplace either.
Commissioner Finkel, that's all my questions for now.
Mayor Shipley, any other commissioners? Let me pull you up so I can see your hands.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I just have some clarifying questions, and it may not be questions or comments. So the exclusivity piece is in relation to no other academies or clubs, whatnot. Sorry, I'm not a soccer girl. I'm a tennis girl. We had tennis courts in the hood. We didn't have any soccer fields. But you're saying that you said that the exclusivity was in regards to YSC. So you're saying the entire complex, or YSC as in the two new turfs? And this is directed towards Mr. Marcus, I guess, Mr. Marcus or Randy. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry, Marcus Sedley, Executive Director of Sporting Cal Valley. This is in regards to all of YSC, not just the turf fields, because we would be vacating all of that space. That's where the price difference comes, right? So if it's $60 or $70 an hour and somebody can rent the field for $30 or $40 an hour, obviously they would then be at an economic advantage because they could charge less for the same services that we're providing, which then has the potential to undercut revenue that we're depending upon to meet our financial obligations. That's the first part of it. Now, this does not preclude other organizations from renting space and practicing, or scheduling a game, or setting up a scrimmage or whatever. It specifically to not running identical camps, not running the leagues that we have 3 of, not running the tournaments, because that is where a large portion of the utilization is going to be derived from. And so we want those members to move to the turf to continue those activities, which allows us, or which will require us, maybe is a better word, to increase fees in order to meet the financial obligations of this project.
And this is Commissioner Sellers again. So I'm glad you mentioned the require, or however you had just phrased it, because I was looking at the letter, and I'm looking in your, under the bullets, and under 3, it says the changes SKV has made to its programming and fee structure to help fund the new community asset. And so I saw that, and then I just wanted to kind of cross-reference that. And it was something that Derek brought up in his notes as well, where it says that Sporting Cal Valley will be the primary user of the new turf fields, renting 1,800 hours per year at that 10.5-year user agreement. So again, tennis girl, not a soccer girl, but always open to equity of sports. Does that 1,800 for those 2 fields as a primary user, I'm assuming that's 1,800 of 2,000 hours of usable time. So I guess I'm trying to understand, as a primary user, if there's 2,000 hours available for that field per se, you're getting 1,800, which leaves that difference to be open to anyone in the community to be used, as long with under the exclusivity amendment to the addendum, or the addendum to the amendment, however we want to think about it now. They wouldn't be able to use it for competitions or camps or things of that nature, as what you're trying to say. I guess I kind of mushed that up a little bit, but right. I guess my thought is that you're as it's written, you're already the primary user. and that of the difference in those hours, another organization, what you're wanting to do is to preclude any organization from being able, to be able to use that for similar purposes.
Marcus Dudley, I'm assuming this is to me, April, Commissioner Sellers. Marcus Dudley, SKB. So a couple different things there. One, there are far more than 200 more hours that, we've estimated. I think we've provided another 1,700 hours of usable space at that tournament or at that facility, those two turf fields that could be rented at different times of the year. Like, for example, every Sunday, both fields are open almost the entire year. There's a lot of space that can be used by other user groups that can be rented out. So it's not, we're using 1,800 out of 200 or 1,800 out of 2,000. That's not a fair assessment. We just have blocked out the 1,800 hours that we need. In addition to that, on the grass fields, we will still need about 500 plus hours on grass to just run our recreational programming. We're keeping all of our recreational programming on grass, so we do not have to raise the fees for our recreation program because we don't want that to happen. But this whole mid-level and our most competitive players, that's who we're moving over. And so when we move those players over, that is what opens up additional space for other user groups. And so that is what we are saying is that we don't want, we're trying to prevent other groups from coming in and directly competing with the services that we're providing because we've made the conscious choice of making changes to our programming to offset the debt that the city would incur with this project. The other thing that I'll say that didn't get brought up earlier, if we're worried about clawback provisions, I know that we had proposed that early on. And if it is here's an exclusivity agreement and there's some certain clawback provisions, I think that's certainly something that we would be willing to have a discussion about. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all talking about managing the risk. You want to make sure it gets paid for. We want to make sure that we can pay for it. And that's what we're trying to work through is that we don't impact either of those two issues. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
This is Commissioner Sellers. It did. It did. I think you even gave me more than I didn't even realize I needed, so I do appreciate that. I think a little bit for me where I'm getting a little, not necessarily hung up, I guess I could say I could be a little bit persnickety around language and intent, and so with priority and exclusivity, and so I don't think they're mutually exclusive to each other and they're not diametrically opposed to one another, but they're definitely not synonymous. So, and I just trying to make sure I reconcile that as we continue to go through discussion. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. I will, since I do still have the floor, I will just as a point of information, I was looking back at the CIP. I didn't get to Bobby early enough to print mine out, so I'm looking at it on the computer. But I just want to make sure I'm seeing this correctly, that we do have on the CIP for for upgrades to YSC, but it looks like it doesn't start until 2026, so fiscal year 26. So I just want to make sure I'm looking at that correctly on my screen. If someone could confirm that for me. It's like 3.2 million, is that correct? I guess my question would be for Jeremy or someone in finance. I'm not sure.
Maybe Mark, sorry,
Mark.
Mayor Shipley, if Mark's still there, if Mark could explain how what was planned for the CIP compares to what is being suggested now.
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. So what we're proposing is moving part of that 2026 project forward to accomplish this piece of the turf. So that one out in the future was basically going to accomplish what we're talking about now, is turf those fields and also do some infields on the baseball diamonds. So we're basically moving a part of that forward.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Mark.
Mayor Shipley, is any other questions from commissioners? Any other discussion?
Commissioner Fingelai, Randy looked like he had a comment, so I would
Yeah, Randy,
definitely
go
interested.
ahead. Yes.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. And I'm going to go back to the dichotomy between basically what is a governmental function and a proprietary function, what we can and can't do regarding tying the hands of future commissions. If you contract for something and get the benefit of it, you can tie a future government's hands. They have to pay for it because you've received the benefit. So we are receiving a benefit regarding these particular soccer fields. Whether we can tie a future commission's hands regarding whether or not the city offers a soccer program in the future is problematic. Whether or not we can limit that to other people is also problematic. I understand Kyle Valley's concerns regarding competition and these things. These things come up all the time. But I just want to make sure that the city commission is aware of those types of deals and what may or may not be enforceable going forward in the future and what the city commission can and cannot do. So if you have any questions regarding that, I would appreciate that.
Commissioner Fingelai, that is helpful, and we've, it was one of the questions I was going to ask as we got a little farther in, but what about having a provision that said, if we do that, then this agreement can be voided by Sporting Car Valley, or that if we start our own league, they could void it, or we could force renegotiation of what they pay. I mean, I understand their point of wanting to protect their investment.
I believe that would be a possibility. Thinking about out loud right here, I would like to look at that a little bit more because that might move into some other type of area. But I do have major concerns about promising other things outside of what is actually the deal here that's beyond the proprietary function of the commission and making that a promise going forward because it may not be enforceable. I mean, there are cases, City of Topeka promised to buy Heartland or the racetrack over there. And they were going to do star bonds, and then they did not do it. And then there was a suit and everything else related to that. And the Kansas Supreme Court said, you know, if the bonds had been issued and all that was done, then you had to go through the contract. But the issue of levying it is governmental, not proprietary. So that's what we have to be very careful about here. And some of this is overlapping. I think the offering of a city program is clearly governmental. So I don't have any concerns about that. It's a little bit of a mixed bag relating to Call Valley helping to pay for the soccer fields. We're going to carry some of the debt and do that. So it's kind of a joint program. So that's a little bit different. It's kind of a mix between governmental and proprietary. So these things need to be explored a little bit further, perhaps.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. Thank you for that explanation, Randy. And I would agree. I would also sympathize with the kind of similar to Commissioner Sellers in that the little bit of on the language point and just the priority use versus exclusivity. But I do think there's a pathway forward. Looks like we managed to go ahead and hammer out a lot of the details, which is great. But I'm not sure if we're going to be able to solve this in this particular meeting.
Mayor Shipley, Randy, if I may, and maybe I'm just reiterating something you've said just in a different way. In the memo, it's pointed out that the city has this agreement with the Corps of Engineers, and that it states the city will not allow a third party activities with rental lessee or prices to the public, which would give a third party an undue economic advantage. And I appreciate that some commenters have said you could look at that multiple ways. I wondered if you could comment specifically on what would happen if we came to be in conflict with the Corps of Engineers.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. If we'd be, frankly, I don't know whether they would foreclose on us or what they would do, but yeah, we could be at risk with the whole situation. Our agreement runs through the 31st, and it requires us to allow public use of it. Now, they do approve our agreements, and they approve, like, we just constructed a number of bathrooms out there and shelter. They approved all of that. We've had agreements with the youth football program. We've had agreements with Valley out there regarding those soccer fields. They've approved all of those. This is a situation where we would have where we are going to have the artificial turf soccer fields, but then have limitations regarding the rest of it. And the agreement clearly states, at least through the 31st, that that's open for public use. And whether or not we would have the ability to limit that or restrict it to non-competing leagues or things like that is also a question that weighs on my mind.
Mayor Shipley, I'm sure this is too specific a question, but is it your estimation that this is probably a policy of the Corps uniformly across any municipality or any agency that they lease land to? It seems unlikely to me that they have a great variety of these things. In all likelihood, they're very standard and they're all part of their policy.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, that is a policy and a goal of the United States to make sure that it's open and diverse and allowed for everybody to use the property. Now, if we enter into agreements where somebody has exclusive use of this field for a particular time, they don't have a problem with that. And in the past, we've had those agreements with youth football where they have a certain period of time where they have exclusive use of the property, and with the soccer program where they have exclusive use of the program. I think we are operating our own baseball situation. Back in the days, there was Douglas County Amateur Baseball Association, and that was run out at the fairgrounds. I think the city took that over, 20 years ago or so, and moved that out to YSC and et cetera. But that's how that arises, and that's where we're at with those agreements, and that's the use of the fields and use of that complex.
Thank you, Randy. This is Mayor Shipley again. I wonder if we've been kind of panning our way at this for a little while. If there's no other comments, I did want to come back to my suggestion that there might be some ancillary costs here that we're not really taking into account, or that we're reprioritizing things that we wouldn't have otherwise that seem to have a pretty big price tag on them. Did other commissioners have any comments or thoughts about that? The storage, the lighting, the paving of the parking lot was out in 2024. I can imagine that those are all things that would be useful to them at the time that they're building it, and not 5 years from now. So I wondered if any other commissioners had thoughts on that.
Commissioner Finkel, I guess I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. I guess I understood Mark's comment to say we weren't going to move up the lights because we could change all the lights whenever we did that, and those weren't being touched. I think he said we started work on the
parking lot.
On the parking lot ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I was the only one I heard that we've moved up. Is that correct, Mark?
Mark Ecker, Assistant Director. Yes, we have started on the parking lot next to Soccer 15. But the CIP project for this year actually does some other parking lots and sidewalks around the complex. So it wouldn't be impacted by this project one way or another. The same with the lights. The lights will have to happen either way as long as they're funded in the future.
Mayor Shipley, and the storage, we didn't go back to that. Was everyone of the opinion that what we have out there now is sufficient, or will we be needing to build some extra storage in the immediate for them to function?
Mark Hecker, System Director, I feel like that's a fairly minimal issue. The storage we have now is clear on the west end of the complex, so basically it's not situated very well for use on the far east end of the complex. That storage type is not very expensive. It's basically a structure that you can purchase and set in place. So I don't see that as being a major concern.
This is Commissioner Vice Mayor Larson. I did have a question for Mark on the CIP, since we were talking about that just now. I noticed on page 7 of 102 of the package that there were like 8 items under Parks and Rec that were highlighted in pink. Is there a reason for that? Is there something that we should note?
Mark Hecker,
Even my document for this.
The highlighting was just to highlight the ones that are moving forward this year, and then highlighting the one that we would be altering by amending the CIP. So that 2026 one is the one we're altering by tonight's agenda item.
Vice Mayor Larson, thank you very much. Just wanted to clarify. Vice Mayor Larson, again, I would like to make just a few comments about the exclusivity, since that's my understanding of what this is about, is staff's wanting direction on that. I struggle with the idea of offering exclusivity to any organization. I'm concerned about that, even if there's some sort of negotiation as Commissioner Finkel and I brought up the idea of possibly offering them an out in the contract. And that concerns me. And one example I'll give, and I realize this wasn't a contract situation, but it's where we get into trouble, I think, when we try to commit future commissions to any items that aren't, where we don't bonding or whatever, that's different. And I talk about the sports pavilion at Lawrence when that was built. The commissioners at that time, one thing they did was that they promised our community members that there would always be one free basketball court that would always be available for the community. And when I was on the commission several years later, it came up that we were renting out the courts to such an extent that we needed extra space. And so it was put upon the commission, it was brought before the commission, and we had to make the decision, or we made the decision, I should say, to take away that community promise that was done back when the sports pavilion was first built. And so I would just caution, my fellow commissioners to think about that when you try to bind future commissions on something such as this, it can get pretty dicey. And when we make a promise, and it also just points out that we don't know what's going to happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now. We just don't. As to how the face of soccer is going to change, what's going to happen with other clubs in our community. So I find it very difficult to back anything that would offer an exclusivity type of agreement to an organization, and I would back the staff's current recommendation.
Mayor Shipley, I agree with many of your comments, and I'm even more concerned in light of our new strategic plan, which asks for pretty robust community engagement and equity and inclusion. And while I couldn't possibly go so far as to make the case that people were specifically particular groups were particularly being excluded by this group. but if we're not running those organizations, and it seems like we would want a great deal of oversight as to, for example, they have, how did they describe it? They have an academy versus the, I guess, the fun group. What does that mean to our community? Is that accessible? Is it too expensive for just anyone to access? I'm a lot concerned about that, actually, in light of our new strategic plan. And while they certainly have a lot of supporters, I'm concerned that we haven't got a lot of public engagement from, this is the first time I've heard from these other groups. I didn't know there were other football groups in town. So I'm a little concerned about that at this time. If I was forced to vote in this moment, I would be with you, Vice Mayor, and go with staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Larson, if I could just add a few things. I do want to thank Sporting Call Valley for what they're proposing to do. I think that it is an asset to our community, and I'm very much appreciative of the work that they've put into this for, I know it's been a couple of years now, and I also really appreciate how staff is trying to work with them to iron out an agreement that has had a lot of sticking points, and the fact that we're down to one, I think that's just fantastic, although it is a pretty big sticking point, and I appreciate that. But I want to thank both parties for the work that they put into this, and Mr. Dudley, your organization, for sticking with us on this.
Mayor Shipley, Commissioner Finkeldye, you seem to be a little further, maybe a little bit further away, a little closer. Do you think this is something we could, we would be able to meet with? I kind of got a feeling from Commissioner Littlejohn that he might like a little, to see more time to get closer. Well, on this issue with the applicant, do you think that's an option at this point, or have we spent as much time as, in your opinion, your personal opinion?
Commissioner Finkel, I'd say a couple things. I might ask Marcus this question. I mean, I agree that, and mainly based upon Randy's comments, that I am not a fan of, let's say a pure exclusivity, model. And I'm not sure I'm in favor of the language proposed by Sporting Car Valley at the moment. I do think there's, once you start really seeing what they're asking, I think there might be a way not to have, some middle ground there that gave some protections for the commitment they're making without creating, exclusivity. Because in lots of ways, this is actually creating a lot more use of the facility than we have today. And so, when you use the term exclusivity, you make it sound like there's going to be less people using it than there is today. But under what's even being proposed, there's going to be more community members using that facility under this agreement than they were before this agreement. And if we don't move forward with this agreement and we enter into a lease as we have for the last 30 years, we'll actually have less people, quote, outside people using the facility than we do under this agreement. So, I think we'll a little focused on, an exclusivity versus non-exclusivity. And if that's my vote, I would say, of course, we don't want to create just an exclusive use. But I think it's more nuanced than that. And so I think there is maybe some middle ground there to protect the investment with actually opening up the use of the field more. But I'm also concerned that we've been putting this off for a long time, and that if we send it back to staff, I don't know what the timing is to try to get this field in and move forward. And so maybe, Marcus, I'd ask you that question. I know at one point you wanted this thing done earlier. What's your position on the timing of this if we pushed it off to have some more work done?
Yeah, so a couple things that I wanted to mention. Thank you, Marcus Dudley, Sporting Cobb Valley. The first topic was when we went back to the city, we had a couple options. One was to lease the land directly from the Corps of Engineering, which means that we would have exclusive rights over that space if we just went right through the Corps, which is a topic and an option that Lawrence Parks and Rec and SKB had talked about. We didn't think that was good for the community, right? Because then it would have been completely controlled by SKB, and so would have the funding and everything else, and it would have complicated the infrastructure and accessibility and some other things. So that was one issue that we'd worked through early on. Two was to go private land, which there's been conversations about that. And that too would create a certain level of exclusivity where the city would not have accessibility either, which we didn't think was ideal, but is certainly something that I would tell you there is support on our board for. The third option was to try to figure out a way to partner with the city. And I'll say this again, this condition was directly tied to our funding. I mean, this was something from the beginning that we said, we need X in order to commit X. And that's why that makes that so much more difficult. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of the board without going back and having a conversation with them about how comfortable they would be committing that type of money without those types of conditions. So I'm all in favor of us trying to figure out how to make this as narrow as possible because we want to get this done. Clearly, we didn't get it done in December, so we've talked about pushing it to May so that it could be done in between the soccer seasons. So it would be done between May and August, which sounds like a long time away off, but you know, it's. I think I'll speak for some members of our board. This was a huge hang-up, and in many ways, it felt like this has been 15 months wasted when we could have been working on something else, because this is not a position that we've changed. It's been this way from the beginning. And even if you look back at our letter on September 22nd, it said this was the conditions that we were asking for. And so I think if we can find a way to thread that needle, I think we're good to go. I think it's how do we do that? And I wanted to make sure that you all understood what's being discussed here and how that may impact that financial support or commitment. I just can't speak to that without talking to the board.
Mayor Finkel, so two things I want to pulse out there. One is, even under your scenario, most likely we have a little time to work on this because we're not going to start construction at the earliest until it gets warmer out, right? So right. We would have a little time, okay. So that's good to know. Second, what do you think, again, you don't have the full board here, about a provision that would let you out of the lease if we went that way? And again, I don't think we're going that way. But I mean, if we were going to go that way, if you would let you out of that commitment, would that give you any solace, as it were?
I think the board would look at this as that's wasted money on a project we could have spent on something else and controlled from the beginning. That's how I think they would review it. I mean, just based on the personalities and the comments that I've heard in the past. But I can't speak to that for sure, Commissioner. So I think everyone's hope is that we can try to get this done so that we can get it in our community as soon as possible. And I think that there is some feelings among the board that we keep giving and giving and giving and giving, and now we're up to 97%. And you know, at some point we're like, okay, well, you know, what more can we give? And we're not being fiscally responsible or stewards of our organization's money when we're making a decision about where to invest $1.3 million over the next 10 years. So if that's the conversation, I mean, that's really the conversation that we're trying to mitigate risk. We're trying to make sure that the community gets this community asset. We want to make sure that we have more users, not less users, more people to be able to use turf, more people to be able to use grass,
but because it's riding a lot on our funding mechanisms, we feel like we really have to have some kind of commitment from the city that they're not going to engage in that activity, at least at YSI, and or they're not going to bring in someone to compete directly with us at YSI, so that we can try to meet our obligations.
Commissioner Finkel, I thank you. Randy, that brings me back to a question for you, which, if you're available, Randy. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I understand the difference, obviously, between governmental and proprietary. And I'm trying to figure out if there is a way to thread that needle. But if I understand it correctly, historically, we have rented the entire facility to Sporting Car Valley, correct?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. That is correct. Yes.
And so if we rented the whole facility to them, could we rent, I'm not suggesting this, I'm asking it. Could we rent the entire facility to them for 10.5 years at the same cost and not have an exclusivity, not have a legal issue? We would actually give them the whole facility for 10.5 years, and we would actually have less use of it than if we just rented the 2 fields for them with priority. Am I thinking that through right?
That is perhaps the situation, yes. The original user agreement that I sent back, or that our office transmitted, basically was the same agreement, and they would have the turf agreements, and then they would have the grass fields all at the same time. They didn't want the grass fields. They didn't want to pay for the grass fields. And so there was that issue relating to that. So is there something that could be worked out perhaps there? And that Parks and Rec can speak better to that I can specifically regarding the exact details, but there was a little bit of a lag there regarding the renting of those other fields. They would be granted the use of those other fields, but they wouldn't be using them, and at the same time, we wouldn't be able to rent them out to anybody. So it would be less usage, but at the same time, that might be a problem.
Commissioner Finkeldye, thank you. And I guess, back to, to the commission, that's why I'm struggling is if we say no to this and enter into a 5-year agreement like we have for the last 20 years with Sporting Car Valley for use of the fields, we actually have a situation where we have more exclusive openings to the fields. Right now, an adult soccer league can't use the fields. They haven't been able to use the fields for years. Under this agreement, we actually have adult soccer leagues moving forward. So it is a very strange position that we're in, that Sporting Car Valley is asking for an quote exclusivity provision that allows for less exclusivity. And that is where it seems like to me there should be a way to thread that needle, because by voting against an exclusivity provision, I would be limiting the use of the fields. By voting for an exclusivity provision, I'd be opening up the use of the fields. And that is backwards. But I completely understand where Randy's at, legally speaking, because of the proprietary versus governmental. So I don't have a solution while I sit here. But I think if the vote was, do we want soccer fields, turf soccer fields? Are we happy that Sporting Car Valley is paying 97% of it? And if we can reach an agreement that allows more people in the community to use fields more often, those are 3 goals we want to accomplish. And I think those are 3 goals that both the city and Sporting Car Valley wants. And so it seems like if we all have the same goals, we should be able to write a contract to get there. And maybe I'm wrong about that. But it seems like we should be able to do that. And I just feel weird about voting to limit the use of the fields to more people. So anyway, I've said enough. That's where I'm at.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I just have a hypothetical question. So if we move forward with the agreement for 10.5 years, we do have on the CIP. While we're not using all the money designated in year 26, if we move forward with the agreement, we're pushing up some of those dollars that we had designated for 26 for YSC improvements to now. And the agreement's for 10.5 years. If we get to 26 and we now have allocated additional dollars, or we have those dollars now to continue to use for upgrades of fields, we're essentially upgrading the fields under the agreement that they would still be exclusive use for Sporting Kaw Valley. Or I guess and I get where Brad is coming from. And I think what still is stuck with me a little bit is the piece that you mentioned about less exclusivity. And I see that, I hear that as your interpretation, but I don't hear that as the intention of Sporting Kaw Valley. So and that could be my interpretation of it. So I see what you're saying, and I understand that right now, that piece, because it was given to us at, so close to our meeting today. I don't want them to wait, but I'm not completely comfortable with the language that was presented, even with your interpretation, Commissioner Finkeldye, wanting to vote in that favor. So I would be one that I don't feel like if there was a vote today that it would be in support, only because of the hankiness of the language in the agreement. And to Commissioner Finkeldye's point, if there is a way that we could thread that needle, I would rather leave no stone unturned in that position before I feel more comfortable with the decision being made. So.
Commissioner Finkeldye, I would certainly agree that my best recommendation would be to defer it to see if something could be worked out that we all could be comfortable with, as opposed to, a motion to quote accept, Sporting Kaw Valley's particular language as it exists tonight. I would not support that motion, but I would support deferring it to see if we could come up one more time with an agreement that accomplishes the goals we're trying to accomplish. And we might not be able to. It might not come back to us. Maybe Sporting Kaw Valley will not be able to reach that agreement. And if that's the case, so be it. I guess that's what I'm open to.
This is Commissioner Sellers, and I would agree with that, Commissioner Finkeldye. I echo the same sentiments. I know that this was work that went into play way before my inception on the dais with the commission. And I do appreciate those who came out and supported in testimony, written and verbal tonight for Sporting Kaw Valley, as well as Mr. Comparato, who came out and spoke. While we were going through, I don't want to call it debate, but I guess we were hearing testimony, I did happen to come across an article for the, I want to make sure I'm saying it right, the Calcio, or Italian is not my first language, proposal back in 2019. And so, there's a lot, I think there's an opportunity here, but again, I want to make sure that this is an opportunity based on our strategic plan and the mission and vision of that, as was stated by Mayor Shipley, that we ensure that we're leaving no stone unturned and that we're giving this community, as well as Sporting Kaw Valley, the best we can. And it doesn't sound like tonight is going to be that night, but I do want to make the commitment that we get to that point, and I believe we can get to that point. It just won't be tonight for me.
Mayor Shipley, so we can move on. I want to see if staff, Sherry or Derek Rogers, or of course Randy, has enough information from us to understand the fine line we're trying to identify here.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, Brandon, thank you. Yes, of course.
Well, don't thank me yet. This is Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. To add another complicating factor to the discussion, the reason why we have been working so hard to bring this to you as soon as possible and by the end of the year is because we have pricing from Mammoth, the construction company that will be constructing the fields. And if we go beyond tonight without authorization to sign the agreement with Sporting Cobb Valley, then we'll be in a situation where we may enter the agreement for construction of the fields without the revenue to offset that cost to the city. And so I may ask maybe Derek or Mark Hecker to talk a little bit about the status of that contract with Mammoth and what a deferral, what implication a deferral tonight may have on the pricing that we've obtained for that construction contract.
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director. And as you know, we've been talking about this for a number of months. So the pricing was obtained earlier from Mammoth, and they've basically said from day one that they need this contract signed by the end of the year to hold the pricing because they believe the pricing on their turf product is going up at the first of the year. So we've about pushed it back as far as we can on the construction agreement. So there's kind of multiple pieces on this agenda is the amend the CIP, the construction agreement, and then the agreement with Sporting Cobb Valley. So.
And this is Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. Once again, the commission has authorized the issuance of debt for this project. And so the city, that resolution is adopted. So we have the commission has the authority to stay compliant with the cash basis law to be able to authorize execution of that construction contract. The risk would be that we do that and we move forward and authorize construction without resolving that revenue piece. The debt is backed by the full faith and credit of the tax base of Lawrence. It is general obligation bonds. The risk is entirely to the city without that revenue source locked up with the agreement with Sporting Cobb Valley.
Mayor Finkelai, but make sure I understand if we made three motions, one to adopt the CIP, two to sign the agreement with Mammoth, and three to enter into an agreement with Sporting Cobb Valley based upon staff's recommendation, and then Sporting Cobb Valley didn't sign that agreement, would we be, it sounds like we'd be obligated to build the fields and pay for them ourselves. Is that what you're saying?
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire, I do believe that would be the case. And I'm not sure what sort of off-ramp, if any, is written into that agreement with Mammoth. I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
This is Commissioner Larson. Can Randy address that? Or Jeremy?
Jeremy Willen, Finance Director. I don't have the Mammoth agreement in front of me. I will try to get that. But one thing I would like to add is, while we may not be able to come to an agreement with Sporting Cobb Valley on the terms that we're discussing tonight, we would still have an asset that would be marketable to the community. So I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we, you know, if we build those fields, we would still have that asset to market to the community, it wouldn't necessarily be a one-for-one relationship to a tax increase.
Mayor Shipley, I appreciate that point, but also by our metrics, which were done by staff, if memory serves, that was not anticipated until 2026. So if you're gonna move it up and we're gonna take this risk at the cost of a considerable number of other projects, like Sporting Call Valley, I'd like some assurances.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. What I was saying was, I don't believe that if you approve this project tonight, we'd be guaranteeing that we'd be needing to increase the debt levy to pay for it. We would have the ability to lease the fields to whoever would choose, and those dollars could be used to offset the debt. I'm looking right now to see if there's anything in the Mammoth agreement, and I haven't found anything. Derek, have you seen anything?
Grant, Director of Parks and Rec. I have not. I do see Melinda Harder came up, who spent a lot of time working on this agreement. She might have some insight.
Melinda Harger, Interim Director of MSO. I worked with City Attorney Tony Wheeler on the agreement, and I do not recall any clause assuming we would move forward with this without Sporting Call Valley's commitment. So we did not anticipate that as a possibility.
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, that's correct. We didn't anticipate that the contract would be executed if the project was not going to move forward. So we don't have a specific provision. We just assumed that the contract would not be authorized.
Interim Director of MSO, Melinda Harger, I would also add that the contract does include a sizable amount due upon execution of the agreement in order to lock in the costs for the material, as well as the work they've performed already. So that's over $600,000, and that's included there as well for review. And I'm trying to remember what article that is, but it's my understanding that once we would enter that contract, that payment would become due.
Commissioner Littlejohn, Brandon or Melinda or whomever, with the Mammoth, did they give us a guesstimation or an estimate of how much those prices would increase with the upcoming year?
Melinda Harger, Interim Director of MSO, they did not provide that information to me about what they anticipate for a price increase. I'm not sure if they had shared that with any of the others prior to me getting involved in the agreement.
Assistant City Manager Brandon McGuire. And just to add a little bit of clarification, this is a contract that was obtained off of a cooperative purchasing agreement. And so it's not something that we went through a bidding process or a design process in order to get to the contract that we have. So it could be fairly simple to go back to the market and obtain the new pricing. We're just not sure exactly what that pricing would be at this moment.
Commissioner Littlejohn, thank you.
Commissioner Finkelney, so option one would be to make the three motions and include Sporting Car Valley's language, and we'd be confident they would sign that. but listening to the comments, I don't think that would pass tonight. So option 2 would be to authorize the agreement with staff's recommendation, and then we could authorize whatever the city manager to enter into the agreement with Mammoth if Sporting Car Valley signed the agreement we proposed to them, and then that would be up to them. And if they chose not to sign that, then we would not sign the agreement with Mammoth and be done with that part. Option 3 would be to go ahead and sign the agreement with Mammoth and amend the CIP and move forward and see if we can work out an agreement with them or not. Sporting Car Valley, and again, we'd be committing to build the fields without Sporting Car Valley's commitment. Seems like those are the 3 options before us. Thoughts on those options?
This is Commissioner Larson. So I just want to make sure I understand if we were to move forward and indicate to staff that the direction we wanted them to go was to accept what staff was recommending, and then Call Valley would have the option at that point to sign or not sign the agreement. Is there a time frame for that to happen where they have to give a final decision to the city?
Commissioner Winkler, I guess my thought was our agreement with Mammoth is only good till the end of the year, so they'd have to decide real quick, because if we didn't sign it, then we'd be starting all over.
Right. So commissioners, I just didn't know if there was a time frame that Call Valley was going to make a decision.
Mayor Shipley, I feel like Mr. Dudley said he would need to speak with his board, but I'll, of course, if he has anything to say at this time, be happy to hear.
Marcus Dudley, Executive Director of Sporting Car Valley. I do not have anything to share at this time. We'd have to call an emergency session. I know some individuals are well aware of the situation because my phone's blown up, but yeah, I don't know. Those are big decisions, right? I mean, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars over each year, right, in an escalator. So again, this kind of comes back to the point that I was talking about earlier. You know, we've been talking about this internally for a long time, and it's frustrating to be at this point in the final minutes of the final hour and then have this kind of brought back up, and here we are again. So I'm sure that won't sit well either with the amount of time that's been put in by everybody. So I think everybody's trying to find a path forward. That's why we wanted to get you that information. I don't know what that path forward is. I wish there was a way that we could figure out whether it's exclusivity or a non-compete around specific types of use, not all use, within a specific time frame of the year, within a specific location. I think that's what we're talking about right now. And I feel like maybe this is getting blown up into all exclusivity instead of really narrowing down into what we're asking to help us protect. So I don't know what else to say other than I think that's the hope of our organization, is how do we find that middle ground?
Mayor Shipley, I think that was actually a very helpful statement for me anyway. We do need to move forward here though, if we can. I am disinclined to sign this agreement with Mammoth without an accord with Caw Valley at this time, because again, this was not prioritized under our regular prioritization. This was brought forward, and we were very glad to have cooperation from another group, a community group, and that's what pushed it to the top of the list. Commissioner Finkeldye, as regards any motion you might make, I would have a hard time personally agreeing to anything with Mammoth until I had made an agreement with Sporting Caw Valley or someone else.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would agree, because we also have a fiduciary responsibility ourselves. So, yeah.
Commissioner Finkeleye, Marcus, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, it's more of a question, and maybe it's a question for Randy so we don't go down the wrong path. I mean, is there language, or I'm just thinking about the specific type of use, a specific time of year at a specific location. You know, we've already built in very specific usage arrangements in our user agreement. I wonder if there's a way to tie that exclusivity, even on the grass fields or at the complex, directly to that specific, I don't know, of an item. Obviously, there'd still be a lot of other opportunities for other user groups. There would even be opportunities for other user groups outside of the time that we're talking about to run similar or other programming. So I guess it wouldn't necessarily be an exclusive, total exclusivity type of agreement, but it would be exclusive at very, very specific times of the year. I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud, and I don't want to go down the road, Randy, if there's no legal pathway there.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. You know, theoretically, perhaps. I mean, the biggest issue is you're giving money to build these turf fields, and the city is great, and I want to find a path forward too, or our office will find a path forward too, because I think it would be a huge benefit to the city. The situation is regarding these other grass fields and limiting or restricting what they can be done for when Caw Valley doesn't have them reserved. And, you know, if some other, small league wanted to set up, that seems to me that would be contrary to what you wanted to do. But I don't know if the city as a governmental function could bind a future commission or just bind us from doing that going forward. And I hope you understand that. I mean, my boys went through Caw Valley, and they played there, and I have nothing but great feelings for Caw Valley and what you've done for that program. Personally, that has nothing to do with what happens at the city, because the city's my client here. But the situation is that's the situation. And if you could come up with something specific enough where we could come up with some type of thing that would not be a problem as a governmental function where we're tying the hands of a future commission, and it would be more related to the proprietary situation regarding these turf fields, then I think we have something that we could perhaps work out. I don't have a problem with that, and I want to find a path forward, just like Sporting Caw Valley does.
If this wasn't being funded through the CIP, would this change anything? If we're paying for 97% of it, sorry, Marcus Dudley, Sporting Caw Valley, do you necessarily have to lose the CIP money in 2024, 2026? I mean, if this is being funded in a different way, and if so, does that then change any of the proprietary, I don't know, situations or economics around it, because you've changed the way that this is being done or looked at, or I don't know.
I don't know that this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I don't know that would change anything. Jeremy, if you have any comments regarding whether or not it's through the CIP, whether that affects any of the, I mean, ultimately it's still going to be, there's going to be some debt coverage and some things like that the city's going to be responsible for. Whether or not that's going to change that type of deal. Jeremy, do you have any comments? If not, I understand. That's more of a, maybe more of a legal question.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Unfortunately, I do think it's more of a legal question. If the city is going to utilize its capacity to issue debt, then whether we call it a capital improvement project or we call it something else, the bottom line is we've triggered that mechanism that we're utilizing the full faith and credit of the city. And so I don't believe there'd be a way around that. We can certainly look into it.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Jeremy, thank you. I think that was my guess. I was just wanting a little more expertise on that. I guess really what the question is, that Marcus, is what is it that you want to limit on those other fields? What exactly are you trying to, what is the goal of the board of Cow Valley?
You know, it's to protect the financial interest. I mean, we're trying to make sure that we can fulfill our commitment to the city. So I think we're trying to limit specific types of activities that would compete directly with us while we're doing those types of activities. Because that's what would impact our membership. That doesn't mean that I think I don't want to speak for the board, but I think that there's room outside of the time that we're using that space. If somebody wanted to do those things, then that's generating revenue outside of the time that we're already planning on generating revenue, right? So that would be different, I think, maybe. I don't know.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney, and that's really where we're at. We don't know whether, obviously you said you want to allow practices, but then how do we stop practices from being a camp? I mean, because it could flow into that, and that's the difficulty we've had. Or you don't want to stop games, but how do we stop that from flowing into a league that you don't particularly want to have? And that's the difficulty really from just threading the needle that we're talking about. That's what we're having difficulties with.
Mayor Shipley, this is great discussion, and I agree with everyone. I feel like we could make this work, but I'm concerned that we're negotiating now, and we've been at this for a while. So it is never my favorite thing to force a vote or to ask for a deferral. I hate that, but I feel like we've said everything we really can in this moment without asking Randy and the Cow Valley Board to negotiate further. So unless another commissioner absolutely disagrees with me, I'm going to see if there's any motion of any kind.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I guess I'm not sure what the formal language would be, but I would motion that we encourage Cow Valley and Randy to go ahead and negotiate further to see if there's a solution or a path forward with our potential agreement with Cow Valley.
Yeah, Mayor Finkel, I think the motion would be just to defer this item. I mean, I don't think doesn't sound like, and I don't think there's a majority that want to enter into this contract with Mammoth or amend the CIP until we have an agreement with supporting Cow Valley if we do, unless I'm misunderstanding the tea leaves here.
I would agree. I would agree.
So then I think the only motion would be to just defer it and bring it back to us if they can reach an agreement.
Sounds good. Did you want to go ahead and do it then, or what?
Sherry, is that good enough for you?
This is Commissioner Sellers. On the motion to defer, again, are we just deferring until an agreement is reached, or are we deferring to another meeting time?
My hopeful hope would be that they could communicate before the 31st and take advantage of all the advantages that are to be taken care of. It is also Christmas week. So yeah, I'm seeing some head shaking there.
Mr. Larson, we also don't have another meeting this year.
Yeah. Commissioner Figel, I think in this particular case, we just have to, there's so many moving parts that we can't give a date specific because so many things will have to be redone, possibly. Mammoth's agreement, all these. So I think this would just be a deferral. I mean, I think clearly everyone has heard where we'd like to get there if we can. And we've given some direction. Whether or not we can get there, I don't know, but I think we defer to give that opportunity.
Mayor Shipley, again, Sherry, was that a good first motion for you?
Well, you really, I mean, if you're deferring the entire item, you just need one motion to defer the item.
Okay, do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I second.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That is 5-0 to defer this item. We have a number of items here, but we've been at it for a while. Does anyone else need a short break?
This is Commissioner Sellers, yes, and it's not reflective of my bladder either.
Is 5 minutes good enough for everyone? Great, let's have a 5-minute break. roll real quickly. Vice Mayor Larson,
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn,
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Very good. Our next item on the agenda, receive the 2022 draft City of Lawrence Legislative Priority Statement. Is there a member of staff who'd like to give us any points?
Yes, Mayor Shipley, I'm Scott Wagner. I'm a management analyst for the city, and I have the legislative statement to present to you guys tonight, and especially want to welcome our new commissioners, Sellers and Commissioner Littlejohn. I know I've worked virtually with you on a couple different projects, and hopefully one of these days I'll get to meet you in person. I can keep this pretty brief. I know you've got a couple more items on your agenda tonight. For the new commissioners, this is something that the city annually adopts, which is why I'm presenting it tonight. I've been working on legislative statements for probably 20 plus years now for the city, and staff has drafted tonight's statement. It is just that, it's a draft. You know, this is your document that staff will present on your behalf to our Douglas County Legislative Delegation or to particular senators or state representatives as a particular issue may come forth during the 2022 legislative session, which is getting ready to start up pretty quick on January 10th. So our plan would be to get your comments tonight on this draft statement and any changes or additions you guys want to make, and then try to get a final version back on the January 4th meeting so that we'll have that ready to go when the session starts. And I know that we have a legislative breakfast that's annually held to meet with our legislative delegation that's coming up pretty quick here too. So I'll just going to highlight a couple things and then really turn it over to you all to discuss or amend tonight. One thing to point out is that we have included an item from the Bodywork Advisory Board. They have requested that the city include support for a statewide regulation of bodywork, and that statement we have included in the draft. We had a similar statement in our legislative document a couple years ago when the legislature was considering legislation to regulate bodywork practitioners. We also have, I have attached a list of legislative priorities from the Douglas County Food Policy Council, which is a body that it's kind of a joint city-county body. The city commission also appoints members to that body, and their recommendations are attached for discussion and possible addition. If you read the Lawrence paper last week or looked at the Douglas County agenda, they did include, and Kim Kreiner-Ritchie is a city county staff person also on the call tonight. I believe the county commission included these legislative list in their statement that the county adopted last week. A couple other things just to point out. We've included a very brief statement on the issue of a possible piece of legislation that I think will be acted on, or at least trying to be acted on fairly quickly once the session starts. The current administration, I know, wants to get legislation going on the elimination of the state sales tax on food. I participated in a webinar last week, and I think it's going to be a goal of the administration to get a bill in front of this, both chambers right off the bat, and possibly adopted by Kansas Day, so at the end of January. So we've included a brief statement on that. And the state, just to point out that the statement we've included in the legislative document is that the city would be in favor of removal of the state assessment, which is a 6.5% sales tax on food. We haven't mentioned anything about, local sales taxes, which are also assessed on food purchases in Douglas County of an additional 2.8%. So you may want to talk about that or amend that very brief statement that we've included in that. Finally, we've added some new language regarding the cleanup of the farmland site. We haven't had that language in our legislative document lately, but we worked with staff in MSO to include some stronger language that will hopefully we can convey to our legislative delegation that, you know, the city of Lawrence needs some help in terms of the remediation of the farmland site. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to highlight. And really, you know, again, this is your document. These are your priorities. We've got a great Douglas County delegation that knows the city and that has our back in Topeka, and that we work with closely once the legislative session starts. So with that, I can certainly answer any questions. I know we've got a couple other staffers that assist during the legislative session that can answer questions as well. But it's really a chance for you guys to discuss the statement, to amend it. And I think the only thing I would ask of the mayor or other commissioners, if you have some amendments, it's rather difficult to gauge head nods over Zoom, but I'll try my best to see if there's consensus on language additions or changes. And Kim Kreiner-Ritchie is on the call regarding the Douglas County Food Policy Council recommendations, and she can speak to that if you have questions on that list. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. I did want to just point out real quickly that I enjoyed that it follows the headings of our strategic plan. That clever, good, I love it. So I do want to say that real quick. Are there any questions for Scott from the commission before we cast about for other staff members? Comments?
Mayor Shipley, this is Commissioner Sellers. I do have several comments, inputs, and so and when I say I have several, I have more than 5. So I would yield to any commissioners before I kind of dive in on this, if it pleases my fellow commissioners as I indulge in this document.
You go. You do it.
Okay, Commissioner Sellers here, trying to dual screen, but it's probably not going to work. Scott, pleasure meeting. Well, I shouldn't say pleasure meeting you virtually. I've met you, but it's good to see you again. First, I have, and I'm just going to go in order here. Under unmistakable identity, looks like it's page 4 of 35. Funding for the arts. I just had more of a you may not be able to answer it tonight, but it's at least a clarifying question. Because I do know that the arts is one of the 4 pillars of Kansas's framework for growth, which is our state's comprehensive economic strategic report. So I didn't know if it was, we probably don't need to add that if we're just wanted to tout that we recognize that the arts and its importance to our community and that it's connected to the state's economic strategic framework. I thought that would be a good add. But the last sentence says the city asked for state funding for the arts be restored. And are we asking it to be fully restored, or is it just in general? Just because I thought it was restored to a certain amount, but it doesn't meet its full restoration prior to 2014.
This is Scott Wagner, management analyst. I would probably defer to Mr. Arneal because I worked with him on this particular language. I know that the state eliminated state funding for the Arts Commission, and I would ask for Porter's input on maybe some clarity on that portion of the statement.
This is Porter Arneal, Director of Communications and Creative Resources. I do not have a direct answer, but I do think that Commissioner Sellers makes a very good point, and we should reach out to Peter Hasso of the Kansas Creative Arts Industries Commission and get some wisdom from him as to where they stand now, because I do think maybe this information is worthy of updating and re-articulating. So let me look into that.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Porter, and thank you, Scott, because I would like for it to say fully restored, because I want to say I think it was partially restored, but it would be nice for it to be fully restored because that allows that opportunity for us to draw down federal dollars. So Next, under strong welcoming neighborhoods, and I do have this, I plan on mentioning this later on in the agenda, but I didn't know if it was worth mentioning in just the narrative language about the forthcoming 2021 Kansas State Housing Needs Assessment that's set to be released either sometime into this month or first of the year. That's the governor's Kansas Housing Assessment. I know they've been doing some webinars and kind of some roadshow barn burners. And so that report does plan to come out, and I just thought it'd be great to note that in that piece. But under the bullets, the second bullet where it says the City of Lawrence supports assistance for mortgage and rent support due to COVID-19. And I was just wanting to at least entertain revising the language to say that the City of Lawrence supports rent, mortgage, and utility assistance to households experiencing financial hardship due to COVID-19. So it's still continuing that it still has the mortgage and rent piece, but we're also adding the utility piece as it relates to financial hardship. So again, that's just suggested language that I wanted to present to staff and to the commission that kind of beefs that up a little bit, and it speaks more to the all-encompassing aspect of affordable housing, that we know that it's not just conducive to rent and mortgage, that it's also conducive to utilities and its impact on affordability as well. So that was my rationale for wanting to add that language. And I'm going back and forth to make sure I didn't see anybody's nods or good. Okay. City of Lawrence supports statewide action on criminal justice reform. The second bullet, issues related to the criminalization of poverty. I just felt like maybe we were a little bit light on that bullet. We can't really change issues, we can change legislation. And I know that the county has language in their priority list that talks about the elimination of criminalization, eliminate the criminalization of poverty. So just a thought to, issues related to criminalization of poverty. I know that does keep it broad because and I can see the rationale for that. But I think it speaks a little bit more heavy when we say we want to eliminate, and we can say eliminate issues related to the criminalization of poverty. So just adding that eliminate piece, I thought that was a very strong word that was used in the county's priority list. And I would love for us to have some type of echoing sentiment, because we can always address and point out criminalization of poverty, but if we're not willing to do something about it, then it's just words. Next, under the enhancement to the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, love the addition of the Crown Act without calling it out per se, and that's totally fine. Just a technical note to make, it does say that language that was included in the legislation from the 2021 legislative session. And actually there was language that was introduced in the 2020 and 2021 legislative session. So that was something that I had the opportunity to advocate for and provide written testimony on it. So it'd be good to have that piece. Next, under safe and secure, so page 5 of 35, clean up a former farmland industry nitrogen plant. The only question I had a question in doing a little research, and I did pose this question, but I don't think we got an answer yet. But it was about national priority lists, and that I noticed that I just needed some clarification as to whether or not being on the national priority list impacts our ability to draw down dollars or get more support. And so I noticed that the farmland site is not on the national priority list for the state of Kansas, and just wanted some education around that. And so I didn't know if that could be highlighted or if that's something that would warrant being highlighted in the priorities, knowing that if there was, for our delegation to know that our site is not on that priority list, and if there's great implication to us being on that priority list and there's opportunities for funding around that, then it kind of bolsters that statement to say that, we would like to, for our delegation to help direct us, guide us, figure out how we can get on there. So I think that's more of a wishful comment more than what, and not as much as what something that needs to be added. In the draft, I think that's, okay. There are a couple of technical pieces that I can just send via email. Going down to page 7, Medicaid expansion by the state. I wanted to entertain the opportunity to add into that language to include postpartum, to include, have a sentence that includes extending postpartum coverage to 12 months. We know that effective April 1st of 2022, states may extend postpartum coverage through a Medicaid state plan amendment. And I know there's been several organizations, 29 have signed on board to encourage our legislators to sign to include, to extend postpartum coverage to 12 months. And I know there's been testimony in some of the joint committees this summer, specifically the Bob Bessel's Can-Care Oversight Committee. And so it would be nice if, as we're talking about Medicaid expansion, but something that's very attainable in our state that would directly impact workforce, as well as safe and well-being and health and vitality of our community, would be advocating for extending that postpartum coverage. Scott, you talked a bit about the taxation piece and the burden of the sales tax on groceries. I'll wait to have more robust discussion about that, but I wanted to at least entertain to the commission the thought of adding to that, as well as feminine hygiene products. We know that currently feminine hygiene products are taxed. And so to include in that, I know that there's talk about possibly adding it as an amendment in discussions with the food sales tax bills that are going to be introduced early in the legislative session. And just talking with some of our community partners, we know that in addition to food insecurity, that we know that during these times that women have had to, we've also had menstrual products that were not available. And so to be able to know that something that's natural should not be taxed, that would be something to add to that as well, that I would entertain to the other commissioners to include. I'm almost done, I promise. I don't know where this one would go, and I did, but it jogged my mind when I saw emergency 911 services. Again, in the Bob Bethel Can-Care Oversight Committee, there were several testimonies from EMS services. And so I wondered if we could possibly add language in regards to supporting an increase to the allowable reimbursement rate for Medicaid services provided by EMS. The rationale for that would be that the increase in the allowable rate, increasing that, would allow our EMS services and EMS providers to, it will allow them to support the workforce and sustain it, as well as it would help with operational funding. And so I can go into more detail about that, but I wanted to share adding that, which the language would be for the legislature to support an increase to the allowable reimbursement rate for Medicaid services provided by EMS. And yeah, exhale. That's all.
Mayor Shipley, thank you, Commissioner Sellers. Is there anybody, any other commissioners that have particular items they would like to point out or discuss?
This is Commissioner Littlejohn, and probably not as extensive, but I would hope and I would like us to go ahead and echo and the language from the county regarding the food policy information, especially the last one, which, one of their tertiary points, but I think it's still really valid that the state doesn't actually have a food council. I think it was alluding to that. I think that's a huge blind spot. But also in addition to that as well, I believe Mr. Flowers had a great point about if we're really wanting the state food sales tax to be changed, we should really look at local food sales tax as well. So,
Mayor Shipley, I do want to hear from Kim, but I don't know, do the other commissioners want to make their comments, and then we'll hear from her in a minute, because I'm sure she's got some really valuable comments, or maybe you'd like to hear from her first.
Commissioner Sellers, Kim, when you give your presentation, I did have a couple of questions just in regards to the state level food policy council, where in your mind, because I didn't see it from the policy book, where you were wanting that to be housed, like who would be in charge? Would there be a specific agency that would oversee that, like KDHE or Department of Ag, DCF, because we're talking about SNAP? That would be my question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So thank you. Kim Krenner-Ritchie, Food Systems Analyst for Lawrence and Douglas County. In regard to the 6 priorities you have in front of you, which one is already in your draft, the sales tax on food. We, as the Food Policy Council, prioritize them in terms of what's directly included in the food system plan, what's supported by the food system plan, and then Commissioner Sellers, what you're referring to is, the statewide commission, which isn't directly referred to in the food system plan, but the Food Policy Council for Douglas County, which, as Scott mentioned, is a joint city Douglas County council, is really strongly engaged in a statewide network of food policy councils, 13 councils covering 36 counties. And these are all priorities that this group has identified as opportunities that affect our local food systems but need statewide action. And most of our food policy councils are commissioned, charged, what have you, to work on local issues, but these are statewide issues. And so this idea of a statewide council would really help them focus locally, but have action at the state level. So I don't exactly know the answer to how it would be housed and how it would be commissioned. I mean, it wouldn't be a local job, but we would like to support the idea that the state would, whether it's through Department of Agriculture or under the governor's office, support that in some way so we can have statewide action.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you for that explanation, Kim.
Mayor Shipley, Kim, is there anything else particularly you'd like to draw our attention to? I mean, these are actually all very important things, and so I just wanted to give you a chance to speak while you're here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to. I think what might be helpful if you hadn't seen what the county commission had adopted last week. They did adopt these 6 priorities. What they chose to do was to include the federal priorities, the SNAP and the WIC, Supplemental Nutrition for Women, Infants, and Children, under federal priorities. And so it includes Can Care. And so they named it as a kind of a pocket of federal priorities. And so, and I know that in your draft you have Medicaid, and so that's one option. And then they called out things that were more specific, like cottage food laws, or otherwise known as homemade food laws, that were specific. those were kind of left on their own. And I would encourage this body to think about the priorities that have been addressed in the strategic plan and the economic development strategy, emphasizing entrepreneurship of, specifically how important food entrepreneurs are in this plan. And so that would go a long way.
Mayor Shipley, thank you so much. Any questions for Kim or any commissioner ready to give us some of their suggestions?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I just want to say that I really appreciate having somebody on the commission that is so well versed in what happens at the state level, as well as, the nuances that it takes to get action at the state level. And I really do appreciate that very much, Commissioner Sellers.
Commissioner Finkeldye, do you have anything in particular?
Commissioner Finkeldye, no. Obviously I do think we have to go through public comment here. A few thoughts that we might hear there, but I certainly didn't have any concerns about anything Commissioner Sellers pointed out, and I agree that a lot of those details were missed on me, so I appreciate you pointing those out. And I do support the Douglas County food policy proposals, and would like to see those included. But I don't have anything else to add, though, and again, I'm sure we'll get to public comment. For Michael Allman's list, I do like the idea of the energy efficient mortgages and having some options open for that. And, we've had some discussions on the affordable housing, how do we incentivize? And I know some states, we learned from, I forgot the name of the company now, that some states have better incentives for energy efficiency than we do, especially in the affordable housing range. And I'd be open to some language like Michael proposes that supports some ways we can encourage energy efficiency in homes.
Mayor Shipley, it sounds like we've heard from all the commissioners. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Michael Allman.
Good evening. This is Michael Allman. Thanks again for the opportunity. And I appreciate Commissioner Finkeldye having read our letter, and I hope the rest of you read the letter as well. Just basically two items that we had highlighted that we think would hopefully be potential possibilities at the legislative level. The first one that we mentioned has to do with lowering speed limits, the authority of a municipality to lower speed limits below the current 20-mile-per-hour limit. There is an exception with Wabaunsee County. There's, by statute, they can lower the speed limit in that county in certain circumstances below 20 miles an hour. So this type of legislation is possible. And we actually worked on this in 2020. Representative Heiberger introduced House Bill 2568, which died in committee, unfortunately, but it was supported by the Kansas League of Municipalities at that time. It would allow local government to reduce the existing speed limit below 20 miles an hour. It gives you more flexibility, for instance, in the neighborhood traffic management program. It's not something that we would anticipate you would use, although you could, to lower, wide scale residential speed limits. Like right now, you lower them to 25 miles an hour. We don't think you would probably want to do that, like lower them all to 10 miles an hour. But this would give you an opportunity in certain circumstances. Let's say somebody has a in-home childcare service and they and their neighbors would like to see a lower speed limit on their block, or a particular neighborhood like Old West Lawrence. They're concerned with speeding and cut through traffic. They've had 20 miles an hour there for probably 20 years now, and it still hasn't worked. So maybe lowering it at least as one more tool would be a possibility there, as well as if you wanted to create a network like a lot of cities have done to address the pandemic, a network of slow streets that are relatively limited to motor vehicles and allows pedestrians and bicyclists a greater opportunity to be dispersed in how they travel around the city instead of being congested in carpools, for example. So it gives you just another tool that you could use. Okay, so that's basically what and we'd like to see what you could do with the energy efficient mortgage if you'd want to do that too, because that would lower utility costs, as Commissioner Sellers pointed out is very important for affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and the first thing I looked at was our marijuana statement. Last year, I thought we should have been doing full legalization. Stuart Boley is gone. Let's finally get full legalization. Just medical marijuana and decriminalizing small amounts. Do you think that's what over 50% of Lawrence wants? Or do you think over 50% of Lawrence wants full legalization? Polls show that over 60% of Kansans support full legalization. So if that's true, I don't see how it's possible for not at least 50% of Lawrence to be supporting full legalization. We've got a new commission, so let's get a new marijuana statement. Also, when it comes to the body work statement, thumbs down. It's about cracking down on sex workers. If it's about stopping human trafficking, then how come we never hear anything about human trafficking when it comes to domestic servitude, like cleaning or farm work, like picking vegetables and stuff? I've heard, I don't know how true it is, but I've read on the internet it's all about as prevalent as the sex work, and you never hear about that. And if this was really about stopping human trafficking, I think people would also be trying to stop the non-sex human trafficking. They're only going after the industry with sex workers in it. And also, if it's about stopping human trafficking, I think legalizing sex work and regulating that would do a lot more work for stopping human trafficking than what this is. So if we're going to include something about regulating body works, we need a statement calling for legalizing sex work, prostitution, and something to, I don't know, protect the sex workers, because that's they're gonna get cracked down on under this. And also, when it comes to the groceries, I support the feminine hygiene, but I think it should be all hygiene. Why should I'm okay with tampons for a girl, but what about deodorant? Like, what about soap? And also, the other thing, I think we need to add medicine. Like, what about the medicine, like for a headache or a cold, or if you get a scratch, Neosporin so you don't get infected. I think medicine's just as important as groceries. I forgot to mention that in my letter earlier. But yeah, mainly we need full legalization of marijuana. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Oh, great, thank you. Any other comments or discussion from the commission?
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. Just a really quick comment. I would also like to echo that I really do appreciate Commissioner Sellers, and having an insider up there is going to be helpful in the upcoming years. And I also, I wanted to speak to the letter Mr. Allman sent. I just overlooked it, but it was my fault that I failed to mention it. But I do think the energy efficient mortgages was something that I wanted to add as well.
Mayor Shipley, this is Commissioner Sellers. In regards to the, do we need to have a consensus on the Food Policy Council and their 6 legislative priorities, if we wanted those to be included, or some or none? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, yeah, for my part, I support that. They've done some really incredible work. If you don't know some of the amazing things that our Food Policy Council is doing, you should, because it's amazing. And so, yeah, I definitely support that. If there's consensus on that. Yeah, I see that. Okay. And then also, it sounds like several of us appreciate the mortgage issue that Michael Allman brought up in his letter. Do we want to be specific in that language?
Commissioner Fingal, I mean, I think I'm hopeful that Scott will look at that and kind of bring some of them back, and we can, you know, play with, you know, amend it next time if we want. But I trust Scott to kind of look at that and bring something back that works instead of having to try to draft it here.
Great. Scott, is there anything else we can get you that would help you?
This is Scott Wagner, management analyst. No, I think I took some good notes, and I'll go back and re-listen to tonight's comments. I think the one thing I did not point out in my initial comments is that just today, the Governor's Commission on Racial Equity and Justice issued their final report. It issued several reports since December of last year. So that's also a document we can link the next time we have this on our agenda, just to have that context. But I think I've got what I need, Mayor.
Mayor Shipley, excellent. Thank you so much. We don't need to vote on this, so I think we can just scoot along. Our third item, consider conducting a budget public hearing for amending the 2021 budget and consider declaring an emergency and adopt on first and second reading ordinance 9898. I'm not sure if that's going to be Jeremy or not.
Yes, good evening. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Just to provide a little background for our newest commissioners and also for the public, the state of Kansas requires that the city adopt a budget every year. And so what we have is the legally adopted budget is what we consider those funds that are regulated by Kansas state law. There are funds that Kansas, the budget law does not apply to, but we still put into our budget document for transparency purposes. And then there are, those two combined together make our budget book. During the course of the year, we were reviewing those exemptions to the budget law. And we really felt like some of the funds that the city has historically considered not a legally adopted fund probably weren't appropriate given the exemptions that are listed under the Kansas budget law. So we included them in the 2022 budget, but what we need to do tonight is amend the 21 budget so that these funds can be added to our officially adopted budget so that we're in compliance with Kansas state law. And so that pertains to the We Folk Scholarship Fund, the Health Insurance Fund, the Internal Services Fund, and the Risk Management Fund. In addition to that, we've had a couple of projects in the capital sales tax that rolled from 2020 into 2021. And so we just need to legally amend that budget as well so that everything is compliant with the Kansas budget law. This is done by ordinance. And as you all know, an ordinance requires 2 readings to become effective, but because this is the last meeting of the year, we're asking that you enact the emergency provision, which essentially allows you to read it both the first and second time tonight so that we can have this done and submitted to the state before the end of the fiscal year. I'd be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Mayor Shipley, before we carry on to our comments and public comment, I do want to open the public hearing for this item, which I'm assured we don't need to vote on. I merely need to say that we're opening the public hearing. Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Hearing none, seeing none. I think I'll just go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Mayor, there's no public comment on this item.
Very well. I guess I would just one more chance in case there's any discussion or conversation amongst us before we move on. Anything? No. Okay. Then I think we can go ahead and close the budget hearing. Do I have a motion?
This is Commissioner Finkel, aye. I would move that we declare an emergency and adopt on first and second reading ordinance number 9898.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkel,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn,
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers,
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That is 3-0. Our last item on our regular agenda to consider approving the fourth quarter budget adjustment for 2021.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Danielle Bushcutter. I'm the Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator for the city. So also on your final City Commission meeting of the year, we wanted to include our fourth quarter budget adjustment memo. And so just as a reminder, especially we have a couple new commissioners here this evening, that the 2021 adopted budget was identified as a placeholder budget. We knew that there was going to be, we were putting that budget together with, in the middle of COVID with a great amount of uncertainty. And so we knew that there was going to be a need for budget adjustments throughout the year. So we've implemented this quarterly budget adjustment process to keep you all informed of changes made to the budget throughout the year to address unforeseen expenditures. In some cases, one of the cases we'll talk about revenues as well. And really allows us to remain flexible throughout the course of the year. So as we just witnessed, towards the end of the year, if needed, a formal budget amendment is also included. So we've already accomplished that for 2021. Like Jeremy mentioned, that requires a public hearing. The other thing that I think is important to note with these quarterly budget adjustment memos is that many times these items have already come before you, and this is more of a summary type memo, but really wanting to make sure that you all are aware of changes that happen throughout the year. So with that kind of overview and background, We have 5 items this evening included in this budget adjustment memo. The first is related to the airport fund, and this is moving dollars between from the taxiway rehabilitation project to the taxi lane project, as that project is expected to go over budget. So this is a net neutral change, but because there were dollars being moved from one project to another, we wanted to make sure that you all were aware of those changes. The second item is related to our water and wastewater cash construction funds, and there is a project in there, the Kansas Water Treatment Plant Improvement, for about $1 million that was initially expected to be started in 2020, but again, those funds were rolled over because those bids were not awarded until 2021. So we wanted to make note of that. The third item is related to our federal fund exchange. This was before you at our third quarter budget adjustment. There was a portion of that allocation that was not yet determined that has now been determined and is going towards the Lawrence Loop project. And so we wanted to bring that item back to you, and just recognizing that now all of the federal fund exchange proceeds for the current year have now been allocated to those 3 identified projects. Next is related to some additional federal dollars that were received for our Safe Routes to School project. We went out to bid for that project, and our bids came in higher than anticipated, and the Kansas Department of Transportation increased their allocation for the Safe Routes to School program by $100,000. And so we increased that award amount to capture that additional revenue that wasn't initially anticipated. And then finally, we have an increase to the Administrative Services Fund for communications and other software charges. As you all are aware, we made a number of changes to our internal service programs and really trying to consolidate cost centers and those sorts of things. So those costs did come in a little bit more than we initially anticipated. So we wanted to make you all aware of those changes as well. So that is a high-level summary of the fourth quarter budget adjustments. I'm happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. Regarding the, I believe it was the airport fund, when we're moving $85,000 from taxiway to taxi lane, I'm sorry if I missed it. Does that mean that taxiway is completed, the rehabilitation project there?
This is Danielle Bushcutter, Budget and Strategic Initiatives Administrator. I don't know if there's someone else on the call that can speak more specifically to that project. I do believe it is wrapping up and getting underway, and so some additional dollars were identified to be able to make that move, but I'm sure Melinda can add some more details to that.
Melinda Harger, Interim Director of MSO. Actually, we moved that project to 2022, and it's funded in the 2022 budget, the one that we're pulling the funding from. And we were reallocating those dollars to the projects that we had moved into 2021. So because we had received some grants and some other things, other projects were moving forward this year, we made a switch with the timing, and what we had noticed is we had not previously reallocated that funding.
Commissioner Littlejohn, thank you. Thank you, Melinda.
Mayor Shipley, are there any other questions? This would be a public comment item. Let's see if the public has anything to say.
Mayor, there's no public comment on this item.
Good. All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. Just one more check. Any other comments? Besides, obviously, thank you. Good job. Well done. I would entertain a motion.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would move to approve the fourth quarter budget adjustment as presented.
Commissioner Finkeldine, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldine,
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn,
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0, which just brings us on to commission items. Does anyone have any items they would like to bring up?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I had a couple of items to wanted to entertain to my fellow commissioners. One, I had mentioned in the legislative priority that the 2021 statewide housing assessment report is due to be delivered sometime towards the end of the month, first of the year. And so I know with some of the discussion we had with around AHAB earlier this evening, and with some of our strategic plan updates, I would be interested in some type of presentation or work session to get to how to dive into that report and see how we can utilize some of the strategies that are presented in that report to address our affordable housing, especially as that intersects with homelessness, as Commissioner Finkeldine brought up as well. So it might be a great opportunity to do some learning and engaging of that document, as well as bring in some other individuals around that. So that's something I would be interested in, and would see if any other commissioners would be interested in that as well.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would definitely be interested in that. And did I hear you say possibly bring in some of the folks who were part of that process of writing that report, come in to have them talk to us? Is that what you were talking about?
I could, I left it kind of broad and vague to entertain what that could potentially look like. But yes, if we could have someone from the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation come in, or I think that would be a great start.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, I'd be very much interested in that, having somebody come in and kind of summarize that or talk about that report so we can have a much more informed discussion. But I think it's a great idea.
Commissioner Finkeldine, I agree, just so you have 3 votes.
Okay, this is Commissioner Sellers again. Thank you, Commissioners, Vice Mayor Larson and Mayor Shipley. In addition to that, I don't know if anyone had the opportunity to read in the paper this past week. It was the Journal World did a kind of 1-year reflective story on Dr. Muhammad, who's our Director of Equity and Inclusion. And so I would be interested in having the opportunity to have Dr. Muhammad present just some of his work, or highlight what he's been doing in his capacity. And I know that there's discussion of an FTE to help build out the capacity of the work that he's doing with that. And so I would be interested in hearing from Dr. Muhammad and around his work and what he sees as some high-level priorities in his position that he would like to see move forward with that work and with that FTE position. So that's all I have.
Any other, well, first of all, any other comments on that? I don't know. Craig, maybe does that seem amenable to you? Or I hate to make Dr. Muhammad do a bunch of extra work, but also I would love to hear what he has to say.
City Manager Craig Owens, I don't think that'll be a problem at all. I think he'd love to share as well some of the work that's been going on. And we are actively in recruitment for the position. So along with many other positions. So always be recruiting. But yes, Dr. Muhammad would love to, I'm sure he'd love to come see and we'll chat about it and get him scheduled.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Craig, any other commission items? All right, sounds like we're flipping along here. The city manager's report.
City Manager Craig.
Before we start, sorry, can you just give me an idea on that first item, when you all would like to have that, like how soon we're talking about for the housing assessment report?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Sherry, you know, with it being a toss-up of when it was actually going to be presented, it maybe, I don't know, late January. Let's see, 4th of last, so maybe our meeting on the 18th. I'm trying to pull up our future agenda items. I don't see the 18th, or that's a holiday. No, it's post-holiday. So late January, perhaps that third meeting in January, or at least the second. Without knowing for sure when the report's going to be released, it's kind of hard to say, but maybe tentatively for the January 11th meeting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Shipley, yeah, Craig, your report?
Good evening, City Manager Craig Owens. There are just 2 items on there. One's the utility billing report, the regular utility billing report. I'll just draw your attention to that we have produced a video to try and entice utility billing customers to choose to make donations to assist those that need help with their utility bills. So we're just starting out on the program, but I encourage you to take a look at the video. We also still are hovering at 1.2 million of 91 plus days delinquency, and we've been working through trying to match people up with some assistance programs to try and work that down. Those are the 2 items I would draw your attention to. You saw the future agenda work session items, and happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Shipley, any questions? This is a public comment item. Is there any public comment?
There's no comment on this item, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, then I think we can move on to the
Mayor
calendar.
Shipley.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Sellers. I just had 2 quick questions in regards to the utility report for Craig. On here under the utility billing customer summary, that first paragraph where it says 506 customers started service and then stopped service for 490 customers. Is stop service just means that they were ending service, or does stop service also include those? It doesn't include disconnection is what I'm trying to get to.
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. Excuse me. Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. We have not shut anyone off for lack of payment since the coronavirus pandemic began. So the numbers that you're seeing here, the 506 are customers that moved into Lawrence in the month of November, and the 490 are people that didn't necessarily move out of Lawrence. I misstated that, I'm sorry. They may have just moved addresses, but we had 506 people start and 490 stop.
Okay. This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you for that clarification. And then as far as the utility assistance, I see in Kira, we've been able to draw down a little over $247,000 as of December 1st. Based on what you've been able to research or find out, those accounts that are 91 plus days over, are you finding that these individuals don't necessarily qualify for Kira, or is it? that's something we just haven't, we don't have the capacity to figure out. I'm trying to put together, since we know we have over $160 million that hasn't been encumbered for this very situation, how can we better connect with customers that have overdue, past due bills of over 3 months? How can we get them connected to the resources that they may need?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. First off, I'd like to say I'm really proud of our staff that as people call in and they express their concern of their ability to pay the bill, I believe our staff is being very compassionate and sharing the Kira organization dollars that are available, providing links, phone numbers, applications when necessary to people. We're also trying to put them in touch with county organizations that are currently helping people with utility bills. And lastly, as Craig mentioned, we're doing what I believe everything we can to try to drum up as much local support as we can for our utility billing donation program. And so to your last question, or to the first part of your question, Kira is a program that's between the state and the person who's in need of assistance. And so all we can really do is show them how to get there, but we can't really do it on their behalf. There's no mechanism within Kira for us to, sort of fill out the application on their behalf and submit it for them. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of documentation or ability to find out if people applied for Kira and were rejected, or if after we made the recommendation, whether they followed through or not. What we can say is that through the dollars that we've received from Kira through December 1st, about $247,000 has come into the city to help customers pay their utility bills. And so we know that just that point of contact touch that we're having with customers is impacting some people. And so we're certainly open to finding new and creative ways to connect people to Kira and the county's resources. If you have any suggestions, we'd love to hear them.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Jeremy. And I'm glad to hear that staff are serving in that front line to be to share that information that is crucial to exceptional customer service, and I know our city staff is accustomed to doing. So I wish I had a magic wand right now to wave and figure that out, but it doesn't mean I won't be thinking about it. But yeah, I echo your sentiments. I hope to find a better way. I hope, or at least the state can figure out another way to get the money into the hands to families that need, individuals and families that need it, especially if I know we're sitting on $160 million that has yet to be encumbered. And looking at our numbers right now, and that we're sitting at $6 million, roughly a huge debt to that piece. Could any way we can utilize those dollars or find a way to ease that process, I'm here for it. So, but again, thank you, Jeremy.
Did we do public comment? Or we were going to do public comment?
There wasn't any, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's move on then to the calendar. Anybody have any items to add or discuss on the calendar?
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I just noticed on the calendar for January 2022, we really don't have anything noted for January 4th, and it looks like we got some stuff for January 4th for a commission meeting. So I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. Just to make
No,
sure.
we know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why. Wishful thinking on someone's part. Thank you. Well, I guess if there aren't any other comments on the calendar, oops, I lost my agenda.
Commissioner Larson, I would just might add that we do have 3 meetings scheduled, but not till starting to the 11th. So I'm not for sure why that is.
I think it just has to be an error. We'll look at it and get it corrected.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Larson, move to adjourn.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would second.
All right, all right. I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Saving almost the best for last. Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Happy Christmas, everyone. Stay safe.
Thanks.
Evening, everyone. Take care.
Happy holidays.